There's a recording. Test. Paul. Danuka. Danuka. I don't know. Paul, let's go.
Paging Dr. Danuka. Paging Dr. Danuka. This is lingo.
Yeah, good thinking. You ready? No, I go right there. All right, let's call this party to order. Mr. Curtis?
Yeah, reporting out of closed session, the council met on items 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, and 3E. There was no reportable action on any item.
Thank you, sir. If anyone wishes to address the city council on any item considered at this meeting before, during council's consideration of that item, please fill out a blue speaker request form located in the lighted alcoves at the back of the council chambers and submit it to the city clerk. The city council will allocate up to a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker for each agenda item. Staff reports are available online at the city's website, cityofreading.gov, or in the public view binder located on the podium, the north side of the chambers. Thank you. You're gonna do, let's do the Pledge of Allegiance, and then Mr. DeWitt will do the invocation.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would you bow with me? Our Heavenly Father, thank you for your presence in this room and guiding us here safely. Thank you for all who are present and their commitment to our community. May every word and action tonight contribute to positive outcomes for the needs of our city. Pray for our city council members that you would grant them wisdom as they serve our city and its residents, and as they strive to make Reading an even more incredible place to live and work. May they not become weary in doing good, and may you provide your strength and courage to each of them. Bless our community and protect all those who work to keep it safe. Pray this in your name. Amen.
Amen. All right. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Audette,
Here.
Danuka,
Yeah.
Resner,
Present.
Latah,
Here.
and Mayor Munn.
Here. All right. City, pursuant to the Brown Act, the council cannot take any action on public comment items. The city council will allocate up to a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker for 30 minutes total at the beginning of the meeting for public comment for non-agendized matters within the city's jurisdiction. The mayor will determine the order of the speakers. If 30 minutes is not adequate to accommodate all of the individuals who have submitted a speaker request form to the city clerk, the council will trail this item to the end of the open session agenda. The remaining speakers will address the city council at that time. All right. So we'll start with these, and then we'll go on. All right, just two of them. Irene Salter and Jacqueline Treadway.
Hi, my name is Irene Salter, and I was very honored to have been asked by Larry Olmsted and Kaylee Brisbane at NorCal United Way to join the advisory board for the Building Bridges effort. This effort is so essential to diffuse the divisiveness and polarization that is here in our community. If we just look outside right now, there's a protest and counter-protest this very moment. Building bridges isn't about me versus you and us versus them. It's not Republican versus Democrat or MAGA versus Rhino. We have real problems right here today, things like finding a good doctor, getting mental health care, and addressing homelessness. Building bridges is here to reinforce the good things that are still good here in this county and in this town. It's here to help us talk to one another again and really listen to what every one of us has to say. I moved to this community because of its schools and proximity to family. I stayed for the beautiful mountains, lakes, forests, and rivers, but I fell in love with the people. We are there when a neighbor needs help. My next-door neighbor couldn't think more differently than me politically or religiously, but he offered to come over and help when our garage flooded 2 weeks ago. And we went over to his place with chainsaws and weed eaters and tractors to fire-safe their house. We take care of our neighbors here. We are Shasta Strong. After the car fire, we offered each other shelter, furniture, and the shirt off our backs. We are resilient, and we show up. We show up for our kids' schools and cross-country meets, for nonprofit fundraisers and local firehouses. We show up for rodeos and concerts, cool April nights, and First Fridays. Because that's who we really are here in Redding and in Shasta County. We are neighborly, small-town, resilient, family-focused folks. We care about the same things: safe streets, good schools, great parks, clean water, kind neighbors, and a place to call home. United Way's Building Bridges effort is designed to bring us back to those roots instead of what we see outside today. Back to who we really as a community are. Back to being able to talk to one another again like good neighbors. One of the first initiatives from this project are learning lounges. I would like to invite all of the council members, and truly every single one of you here in this audience, to join one or more of the learning lounges. For instance, coming up is The Dangers of Exclusion and Divisiveness, taking place March 11th. There's Curiosity Over Judgment on March 25th, and Healthy versus Destructive Dialogue on April 29th. All of these events take place on Tuesdays from 6 to 7 p.m. on Zoom. There are many other learning lounges as well, and many more activities, like the free Women's Leadership Circle downtown that I facilitate. You can sign up and learn more about building bridges at norcalunitedway.org/buildingbridges. Thank you for your support in bringing our community back together again.
Thank you.
Mayor, just want to thank you, Irene, for these beautiful words, and thank you, United Way, for doing this difficult but much needed work. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacqueline?
Thank you. I'm Jacqueline Treadway, and I'm here to speak for a special segment of the homeless population, the neurodivergent chronic homeless. They may comprise less than 5% of the general public, but they are the vast majority of those still on the streets and encamped in public places. Those who have given up trying to speak for themselves, for they do not feel that anybody is willing to listen. They are the ones that you are not reaching with your offers of shelter. My team has already collaborated a project proposal that may serve up to 500 souls of this target population for a fraction of the cost that you're now willing to pay for other programs that serve as few as 17. This project is now in development by the innovative department of MHSA and deserves to be understood by the administrators of their lives and their futures. If the Redding City Commissioners would like me to give a presentation so that they may, and the public may, better understand this population and their needs to help heal this inhumane crisis and dilemma that is plaguing us right now, I offer you to call me at 520-428-3735. Everyone here is invited to call your city councilors also to show your support for this presentation. And you are all invited, I have invitations here, to show up any Saturday at the library and bring a friend who wants to be engaged in our call to action, SALT Socials. By your example, you may help bring about a more humane and empathetic city and county with the homeless.
Thank you. And we do have overflow open outside and to the left as you go out, if anybody desires to go over there.
Oh, I'm going to take them.
So we'll start tackling the consent agenda. The consent calendar contains items considered routine and/or which have been individually scrutinized by city council members and are anticipated to require no further deliberation. If a member of the public wishes to address an item on the consent calendar, please fill out a speaker request form and submit it to the city clerk before the consent calendar is considered. It shall be the prerogative of any council member before the consent calendar is acted upon to, 1, comment on an item, 2, respond to any public comment on an item, 3, request the record reflect an abstention or a nay vote on an item, or number 4, remove an item and place it on the regular portion of the agenda for delivery of a staff report and/or an extended discussion or deliberation. Do we have any of those? Entertain a motion?
I'll motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. It approves 5-0. And we'll come over to 9.1. I have a 9.1B. Is there a 9.1A? City manager, consider authorizing mayor, let me see, to sign the letter of Shasta County Board Supervisor requesting consideration of items attached to the additional 1,000 minimum revenue guarantee United Airlines. Mr. Tippin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you just noted, this item is regarding $100,000 that has been offered by Shasta County to help with our minimum revenue guarantee for the flight from Reading to Denver, which will begin May 22nd of this year. This would be the last $100,000 that we've received. Up to this point, we've received about $1.6 million and about $390,000 to go. The council authorized staff to move forward with an agreement with United, and we did cover that $390,000 with the city funds if we were unable to find additional money. The county offered another $100,000, but they put stipulations on it. Their stipulations were 2. One is that we would consider their $100,000 to be the last in. In other words, it would be the last spent as we moved forward. And the other was that we would agree to sit down and discuss a joint powers association for an airport authority. The staff's recommendation is that we send a letter that's attached to the staff report back to the Board of Supervisors, thanking them for the generous offer, however, asking them to reconsider the conditions of giving us the money, and instead just give it in the spirit of every other donor who has given the money for the revenue guarantee and only for the revenue guarantee. The reason for that is because if we start allowing people to dictate that it's the last in or second in or fourth in or whatever, it makes it very hard for future revenue guarantees that we would have to go after. For instance, if we had a flight that wanted to start between Reading and San Diego, say, and we wanted to develop a revenue guarantee, if we start allowing people to determine when their money is used, I think everybody would want to have that be the case for them. And some of our donors have been much larger dollar values than the county to date, and I think they would want and expect that they'd be able to dictate the last in. So we would recommend that we ask them to reconsider and take away the requirement for the last in, and then the requirement to meet to discuss a JPA for the airport. I would just simply state that this council can determine at any time that it can meet to discuss a JPA or anything else related to the airport at your whim. So there's no need to have an MOU with the county that says you're going to meet with them. You could give me that direction with 2 of you, and we could meet with them at any time to discuss that. So there's really no need for an MOU for that purposes. So in summary, my recommendation is that you authorize the mayor to sign the attached letter, thanking the county and asking them to reconsider the $100,000 as more of a strict donation for the revenue guarantee like we've received from every other donor to date. And I'm free for any questions you have.
Tim?
I have no questions, but I'd like to make a motion
Okay.
to. Go.
Should I make a comment before the motion?
Yes.
Yeah. I completely agree with the manager that we should not have the conditions attached to this, and I'm absolutely in support of this letter. But I would, in addition, would encourage the council to sit down with the county and at least have a conversation with them about JPA.
So is that are you making an extra motion is what you're doing, or what are you doing?
Oh, that was the situation. I'll wait for her motion.
Okay, just for her motion,
Yes.
My,
we're just doing like what staff report says.
correct, my recommendation is staff authorize the mayor to sign a letter requesting Shasta County Board of Supervisors to reconsider their terms attached to the additional 100,000, excuse me.
And I will second that motion.
Just a comment, can we give direction back to staff to go have this meeting since they're requesting it, and we just get that, we just do it? So, I mean, do we have to, sounds like we don't have to hear a request for them making an official request. Of
Yeah, I would say that if you just were interested in me having initial conversations, that's fine. If you'd like to have one or two of the council members attend that, it would be appropriate for you to make that motion and select two of you to attend. And then that would be perfectly okay as well. So it depends on whether the council wants to attend that meeting or whether you would just have staff do it.
Yeah, I have no problem with the meeting. I think we can have a meeting with the county anytime. When anybody wants a meeting with us, it creates good discussion. So I would wonder if we could amend that motion possibly just to give direction to just make that meeting happen with two council.
You can make a motion. I don't want to change it. Okay. I'm sticking with this one.
So you want a second to that amendment?
Are you making another motion?
That would be my motion because I'm not opposed to any kind of meeting with the county.
So I'll second that.
I don't understand what the amendment is. Are you trying to designate two people, or you just want
No,
to make
he's
sure that we say you go set up the meeting?
Just to strictly
set
set
it
up
up.
the meeting.
Oh, okay.
I'd be fine with that.
I think, aren't you telling them to set up the meeting? That is part
I
of
am
the.
not.
No.
No.
We're just going with
To set up a meeting to negotiate a JPA with the county, absolutely not.
Not to negotiate, just.
Not to negotiate.
I don't
That's
think
what the
so.
purpose of the conversation is on their side.
Yeah.
No. Just to clarify, the first part is we sign the letter as it is written, and I'm in favor of that. But what Mike is suggesting is that we separately, completely unrelated, we direct the staff to set up a meeting for a conversation about JPA, in which council, one or two members can be there, and I support that.
I am not in favor of that.
So
Could
maybe-
I,
That feels like
Just
an
a
item as
suggestion,
well.
a suggestion would be to maybe take action on the staff report item, because it sounds like there's some consensus there, and then take up that second item, whether or not staff or others should go meet with the county.
That's right.
I'm fine to separate them, but we told them that we would meet with them. We've opened that invitation to just have a conversation to hear what they want to say about it. That
Who's
doesn't
we?
mean that,
Well, so
it's
that's
kind of-
not, so the CEO and I have had some discussions. What's happened at this point is that it's elevated to a Board of Supervisors level and a demand. So it is appropriate if the council wishes to take up that discussion, to have that discussion and direct whether staff and/or council members should go have that meeting. We were having some of those discussions just
already, I
as-
thought you've already
well,
had
just
meetings.
as staff, but with no intention of it moving any further. That was prior to the Board of Supervisors taking official action requesting.
So when I was at a meeting and they had said, would you be willing to sit down with us to talk to us about what that would look like?
Correct. And we
That's
said-
not like a, hey, will you sit down and negotiate the terms of this? It
That's-
just sounded like a
That's correct.
exploratory conversation. So
However,
this-
that was before the board took their action.
I mean, at that meeting, because I was at that Board of Supervisor meeting, and I spoke there about requesting this, and it sounded to me, and maybe I'm wrong, and maybe there's a supervisor here that could say something to that effect, and maybe clarify for us a little bit, looking at you,
we don't
Kelstrom.
need clarification, do we?
Yes, I mean, if they want to just sit down to talk about it, what's the harm in that? But if they're saying, no, we want you to start negotiating, you're gonna,
Well, let's vote on the first thing first, and then we'll take up the
So
discussion.
just
you want
to
to
be
separate them?
specific, well, just to be specific,
Yeah, please.
the county's direct demand
Okay.
was the MOU would require that the city agree to discussions in 2025 regarding the possible creation of an airport authority with Shasta County having a seat at the table in operation of the airport.
Right, a
That was
conversation
the
about.
direct requirement from the Board of Supervisors related to the $100,000 and the MOU. So I'm suggesting that you take action on the letter, just because it sounds like there's consensus there, and then discuss the other element.
Okay.
Just for
Yeah, that's
business
fine.
reasons.
Sure.
That's fine with me. Yes,
Okay.
I agree.
Can we take a vote on my recommendation, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Okay.
So we're going with the first one.
Yes.
All right.
Staff
So you're
recommendation
retracting
as
yours,
Correct.
and you're retracting yours, okay.
Okay.
So all in favor of the first one that,
He
I
said,
seconded.
Jack seconded it,
yeah.
Mayor.
We're getting here from Supervisor Kelso.
Yeah,
Well, now, yeah, we'll do this
don't
first.
sit down, don't get comfortable.
Well, okay, all in favor of how it reads on the staff report?
Aye.
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 Now I'll make a
5-0 for that.
I'll make a next motion that we direct the staff to set up a meeting with the county staff, including 1 or 2 council members from our side, to explore the discussion about JPA.
Yeah, and,
Okay,
and Mr. Mayor, procedurally, I would just suggest that you identify which 2 council members as part of the motion itself. It'll cut down on confusion later.
Well, before we do that, Mr. Tippin, could you, if it's appropriate, briefly explain the process of it? I'm not sure that everybody understands how in-depth in the process of a JPA.
Well, in the simplest terms, and then the city attorney can provide any legal backing, is joint powers agency or an authority is a body that is consisted of at least two different agencies. In this case, it could be the county and the city of Reading, or it could also include the cities of Anderson and Shasta Lake. That they agree through agreements that they are going to come together and combine the agencies and establish authority over a certain activity. The one that we have that most people would understand a direct correlation to is RABA. So RABA is a joint powers agency that consists of all of the counties, cities, and they collectively get together as a authoritative board and provide direction and funding decisions for operation of the transit system in the city of Reading and Shasta County. In this regard, it would be a similar come together of those agencies to operate and run the airport, as opposed to just the city of Reading. And so in the simplest terms, that's what a joint powers agency or an airport authority would look like and what they would do.
There's a lot of demand put on those things, Brown Act stuff, meetings, month.
Yes,
Go ahead.
so essentially it would be setting up a new agency.
But we're not, but if we're voting on having a meeting, that does not mean we are entering into a JPA with
No.
them. It just
That's
means
their
they're-
intention,
That's their
though.
intention
That's
to
their
do that.
I know
intention.
what
That's what
their
they're
intention
asking
is,
for.
and right, but they want to come and ask and make their
Yeah.
case as to why we should agree to that. And that's what they're asking to be able to make their case. It doesn't mean we have to agree to it.
I don't want to agree to it, so I'm recommending that we don't meet with them.
That is
That's
fine. I will make a motion that we ask the staff to direct the staff to arrange such a meeting, and I would modify my motion to include City of Shasta Lake, ask them also, City of Shasta Lake and Anderson also, but at least Shasta
No.
County.
No.
Yeah, I think this is a meeting that they really clearly want with us.
Okay,
and,
that's fine.
and-
Then we can just
I'm
limit to
gonna
Shasta
I'm
County.
gonna be a real jerk and say he's got a valid point. Why is it that you would allow one person at the
Yeah.
table and you wouldn't allow everybody else at the table?
well,
If you're saying
Yeah.
that we're doing not a good enough job of managing the current asset that we have right now, and we would like to entertain a conversation of the county, who we think is doing a great job of managing their assets, and we would like to entertain a conversation with them about being a partner,
Yeah. Well,
then we should invite everybody.
One
because-
thought we have is, it sounds like a meeting was potentially already going to happen.
Yeah,
So
that's
like,
what I thought.
maybe we don't even need a motion because this was already in the works, and so what's the purpose of us giving direction if this was already going to happen? Could we flesh this out and,
Well, from a staff perspective,
yes.
we talk all the time,
Mhm.
right? So we were loosely having conversations. When it became an official action by the Board of Supervisors, it's more appropriate for me to understand whether the city council wants me to expend staff resources exploring this item.
I see.
That's why I'm seeking your direction in that regard, because it's become elevated, and I need to know whether staff resources should be spent pursuing this.
So I would just say to that, I think the reason why I know I was willing to have that conversation is because they're offering us $100,000 towards the airport guarantee. So
So
like
are
that
other
was the
people.
trade-off. We'll have the meeting, we'll hear them out. because we would like them to contribute another 100,000 to that fund. So, I mean,
That feels like I'll give you this, you give me this.
yes, that's what
But
that is.
I
That's
would
what
say-
it literally
We would
is.
not be okay with
literally what it is.
any person in this room who is going to argue any other point offering us $100,000
Well,
to
this
then
is
agree to
citizen.
give
This is
them
a government
something.
entity. I mean, we asked them for money, and they said just same as other negotiations that are happening between governments. It's not the same. If any of you would like to offer us $100,000 for a vote, please let me know. But I don't think that that's exactly what's happening. This is a government agency who we asked for money in an open session, said, here's what we would agree to. This would be our terms in open session. It wasn't a secret. It wasn't a backdoor deal. This was in session. They asked for that.
Was that something that you said over on the dais or something that we said here? I don't-
They
I don't
said at the
remember.
supervisor meeting, when this
Yeah,
was
yeah.
requested,
Okay.
they discussed it, and in open session, they said, these are this is what we would like in return for that 100. We can just say, no, we don't want your money. But that's part
I
of
say,
what.
no, we don't want your money.
Well,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that this is not just about a negotiation for the money. It's also behooves us to include other major players in our area. If they want to have a conversation, it is going to be good. It doesn't mean that we are managing it badly. On the contrary, I think we are managing it very well. Our department is doing very well. But it behooves us to include other people in a conversation, at least arrange a meeting to sit down with the county at least, if not with other people, have a conversation about it. It's a matter of working together. So I would highly encourage people to go with
They're
it.
not asking for a conversation with just you or a conversation
With the council.
with Mr.
Yeah.
I'm saying with the council. So we should
You're right.
designate
They're
two people.
asking to
They're
negotiate.
asking for a seat at the table.
To
Is that-
negotiate.
No, but that's,
Where
we have already
is
clarified
our
that matter.
supervisor?
We're already sending the letter. That we already approved. Our unanimous consensus is we are asking that we do not want the money attached with any condition. That we have made very clear.
Yeah, I think, without getting too distracted, this is really simple. They just want a meeting.
Yes,
And we don't need to bring Shasta Lake to the table.
that's fine with me.
I think it's a matter of they've invested into our airport fund that gives us a significant amount of money for this Denver flight. I think it's respectful just to honor that and give them a meeting. It's not getting into negotiations, it's just simply getting ahead of this, and while it's going to take time for them to receive the letter, we can simply just have the meeting. That's all they want, so.
Do you
Yeah,
want to ask
I have an
Supervisor? Sorry.
I have an alternative.
Do we want to ask Supervisor Kelsham if they perceived it as a negotiation or if they perceived it as the beginning of the conversation?
I would love to hear from them, so.
Do we
I
want
think-
to hear that?
I think it's,
I have an al-
I think
would-
it's, we have made it very clear that we do not want the money with the strings attached. That position we have taken unanimously. It's a very forceful statement. What we need to just see is, rather than putting anyone in a position, if they're asking us politely, hey, can we meet with the council? I highly encourage you guys to do that.
We won't make you sit back down again, so.
First of all, we gave the first 100,000 of that guarantee with no strings attached whatsoever, out of the kindness of our heart. We would obviously like to explore a JPA. I mean, we would love to have a seat at the table. So the second one, with the strings attached, that was the second 100,000, and they put that in there. And it was not to negotiate or to enter into a JPA or to force you guys into a JPA or anything like that. It was just to have a conversation of what that would look like and, you know, how we could help in the future. So, do you have any questions for me while I'm here? Obviously, I can't speak as for the whole board, but I can speak for one supervisor.
So really clearly, you just wanted a meeting.
Just explore
He
the options.
started with because they would like to explore a JPA.
Yeah.
That is
No,
the-
their intent is clear, totally.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean we're negotiating. Can we agree on that?
It's simply talking. We just wanna
Okay,
talk.
then here is my request. I would like to know whether or not the council would entertain 2 members from the county coming and presenting to the entire council. That way, the entire public gets to see the conversation.
I mean, that seems more like a presentation and trying to stick our foot in the door than just having a conversation, but I'm open to anything.
That sounds like a very advanced discussion to where we're really wanting to entertain a negotiation at that point. So I think we simply can just
If you're
start with
not-
the meeting and see where that goes, and then we can get a presentation after that if we like the result.
If you're not willing to entertain a JPA, why would you waste everyone's time and have a meeting?
Because they asked for it.
So you're just being
Yeah.
polite.
Kind to
Yes.
waste their time.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if it is a waste. I mean, I think what they want and what we know have not connected yet. So I think if they say this is what we're looking for, and we tell them maybe some of the realities, or maybe there's just information that will satisfy both by having a meeting. And so then they are not going to pursue a JPA. Or maybe they say, maybe we are going to pursue something that looks a little bit different. Maybe something comes out of it so that they have greater awareness or input, but not a JPA. I don't know. I just think that the conversation, because of the circumstances, there's a need for wanting to know more. We could at least offer that.
Do I get to appoint the people that go on?
You do
Well, mayors make appointments.
do it, Jack.
Yeah, so if you're asking who the council would appoint,
I'm asking what do I get to appoint, is what I'm asking.
typically, it would be a decision of the body, and, on things like this, we often would ask the mayor and the department liaison to be the representatives. That would be typical, and so I believe the liaison is Councilmember Danuka.
Well, I would appoint Tanessa and Aaron.
I don't want to be on that, in that meeting, but I do think our airport liaison should definitely be on that, and Aaron, I think, so sorry, that's even more punishment, but you feel passionately about it, so, and I think that makes sense, if you're willing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is willing. All right.
Okay, so.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Was that a
Castro.
motion?
So basically, the motion is.
We don't really, I mean, it's not technically probably, well, if you're going to appoint two.
Right. So the motion is
council
to
members, yeah.
arrange such a meeting with Shasta County with the 2 council members.
Yeah.
And do you want to name them?
Yes.
Yeah, you.
Aaron, you're willing?
Yep.
Aaron Resner and myself.
I'll second that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Thank you, Supervisor. Look at us. So did
All right. We got that settled, huh? Moving on to 9.2B. Consider resolution increasing business tax on cannabis businesses in the city of Reading. Or do public comment first, or do you want to comment?
Oh, no, I'll give you the brief
Okay.
presentation of the staff report.
All right.
So this item is a result of a budget workshop that we had recently. As probably most of the community knows, we're searching for about $5 million of expenditure cuts and/or revenue increases to balance our budget in the next 2-year cycle. During that budget conversation, the council discussed having an increase in tax revenue for cannabis sales, and that's the staff report is the result of that direction from the city council. As a matter of history, back in November of 2018, the City of Reading residents voted to approve taxation on cannabis sales and cultivation, manufacturing, et cetera, and established an amount of $3 per square foot for cannabis cultivation and 5% for retail sales, and I believe 3% on manufacturing and others on gross receipts. Then that was in place for guaranteed for a year because of the way the ballot measure was written. And then in 2019, the council passed a resolution and essentially locked those values in until such time as the council would take action by a resolution. The initial vote by the people allowed for the change in taxation up to certain levels established by the ballot measure, but the council could change these based on resolution. So as time would go by, the council would have the opportunity to increase or decrease the taxation on cannabis sales and manufacturing and cultivation, et cetera, based on approval of a resolution at a regularly noticed meeting of the city council. So that's where we're here. That's why we're here tonight, and what we've recommended based on some research that we've done to be somewhat comparable to others in the North State. That cultivation rate could go from $3 per square foot to $10 per square foot for cultivation area, manufacturing, processing, laboratory testing, storage, and distribution rate could go from 3% to 4% of gross receipts, and a retailer's initial rate from 5% to 7% of gross receipts. So the item tonight would be requesting that you consider those increases and that you approve the resolution accordingly. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you. I think we'll hold off on questions for the moment. We'll do public comment. So Melanie Smith, you're up. Tucker Heston, you're on deck. And Joe Baker in the hole. Baseball terms.
Oh, this is, hi. I'm going to tell a little bit about my story. My name's Melanie, and I'm the co-owner of a micro business here in Reading. My husband and I live in Chico, but we chose Reading to build our dream nearly 6 years ago because at the time, the city welcomed the cannabis industry with open arms. We believed in that vision. We believed in the opportunity Reading presented. And we put everything on the line, our life savings, our time, and our energy, gambling on the hope that this industry would flourish. After years of meticulous planning and investment, we finally opened our doors in 2021. But within months, the cannabis market collapsed. Prices that once soared at $2,400 to $2,800 per pound plummeted to $800, $1,000, sometimes less. The demand had dried up and the industry has never recovered. Like so many others in this field, we didn't give up. We adapted, innovated, and poured even more money into the new techniques and equipment, desperately trying to keep up with the shifting landscape. Letting go wasn't an option because we built our entire lives around this. But despite years of sacrifice, we've been operating at a loss, struggling to stay afloat, while also raising our 2 young children. And it's not just our micro business that suffered. Over the years, we've had to close multiple smoke shops, including one here in Reading, and most recently our dispensary in Dunsmuir. It's all kind of tied together, obviously the cannabis industry. We've watched countless colleagues shut their doors, not because they lacked dedication or business acumen, but because they were crushed under the weight of excessive taxation and regulation. It's what we're seeing all around California, not just here. The cannabis industry was promised opportunity, yet the reality has been an uphill battle of ever-increasing costs, shrinking margins, and relentless government fees. The businesses that remain are holding on by a thread, and now the city is considering raising taxes even further. I urge you to consider what that means, not just for my family, but for every local business trying to survive in this industry. Another tax hike won't just hurt the cannabis businesses, it will push more companies into closure, eliminate jobs, and ultimately reduce the revenue the city is hoping to collect. We want to be a part of this community, and we want to contribute, create jobs, and help Reading thrive. But we can't do that if we're taxed out of existence. Please reconsider this decision. Our industry is already in crisis. Don't be the reason more businesses disappear from Reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Tucker Heston, you're up. Joe Baker, Chelsea Pierce.
Good evening, Council, esteemed members of Reading City Council. My name is Tucker Heston, and I stand before you today in opposition to the proposed increase in the cannabis tax. This issue is not just about numbers, it's a matter of fairness and the economic well-being of our city. The proposal to raise tax from $3 to $10 per square foot is not only excessive, it is unfair and harmful to members of this city. This hike places a disproportionate burden on legal cannabis cultivators who have followed the rules set by state and local regulations. To put this in perspective, this tax would surpass the $7 per square foot canopy tax that is in San Jose, a city with over 10 times Reading's population. Such a drastic difference and unreasonable and frankly punitive. According to California's Business and Professionals Code, Section 26013, cannabis regulation should be fair and not excessively burdensome. Proposition 64, which legalized cannabis, aimed to create and regulate an equitable market. This tax increase directly undermines that goal and disregards the very intent behind these laws. Rather than solving problems, this tax hike will only create new ones. It will hurt small and medium-sized businesses that are vital to our local economy. We're looking at potential job losses, wage cuts, and even closures. We must also recognize the hard work and dedication of those who have invested in Reading's legal cannabis industry. These individuals have operated with integrity, complying with all regulations, only to face this unjust proposal. It is unfair to blow their commitment and trust. As residents of Reading, we urge this council to reject this proposal. We must stand up for our legal businesses, protect jobs, and preserve the integrity of our local economy. The cannabis industry already faces significant taxation. I ask you all to consider the long-term consequences of this decision. It's not just about raising revenue, it's about ensuring the health of our community, economy, and livelihoods of our citizens, and honoring the principles of fairness and legality. I urge all of you and the people of Reading to join me in saying no to this tax hike. Let us protect our legal cannabis industry, foster economic stability, and keep Reading a safe place where lawful businesses can thrive.
Joe Baker, Chelsea Pierce, and Lathan Martinez. If I pronounce that right?
Good evening, council, friends, and family. Can you hear me okay? Good. So my name is Joe Baker. I'm part owner of a small family-owned grow facility here in town called Legacy Garden. We're 10,000 square feet, and we have 26 employees, give or take, week to week. I was born and raised in Reading, and I made the choice to raise my family here in this town because we love this community. As a family, we've started and operate quite a few businesses here in this community, one of which is Legacy Garden. For years, we've looked at the city as a business partner in all of our ventures. Effectively, that's what we are. We're partners. We all have to work together. You choose your fees, building permits, that sort of thing. We have to abide by that. That said, my personal feeling is that the city has not always been the easiest partner to work with, nor the least expensive. Yet we've continued to grow and build businesses in this community. Our cultivation is a startup community, or startup cultivation. We turned our lights on July 1st of 2023. Upon doing so, we joined what is effectively a race to the bottom in a struggling industry. High licensing fees, high taxes across the board, and a very, very competitive market. One such competitor is the black market. The black market has no tax or regulation. This is who I'm up against. It's in my opinion, if we go through with raising these taxes, retail tax, canopy tax, this is just going to drive our customers right to the black market, which is clearly not being regulated. I know a bunch of those people. I urge the council to think hard before voting yes on this increase. My math says it's 333% if I go from 3 to 10, 333% canopy tax increase. By doing so, it leaves us operators, and there's a bunch of them here tonight, with two choices, at least in my eyes: close up shop or lay off a bunch of these people that are here. I don't want to do that, and I don't think the city wants that look. It's a bad look. Lastly, I want to leave you with this. Maybe we should take a look at reducing the tax, because that's what's happening across the state of California. My thought, we could just take a look at it, reduce the tax. One last thing. This would absolutely help this struggling industry tremendously. It would secure more jobs and eliminate the illegal black market. Any questions?
Nope, thank you. Chelsea Pierce, Lathan Martinez, and Simone Seraph. Simone.
Hi, guys. Bear with me, this is my first time ever public speaking, so I'm a little nervous, but I couldn't stay silent. My name is Chelsea Pierce. I'm the buying manager for Sundial Collective in Reading on Twin View Boulevard. I'm here tonight because this proposed tax increase is not just excessive, it's harmful. Raising cultivation taxes from $3 to $10 per square foot is at least a 233% increase. Raising retail taxes from 5 to 10% on top of regular sales tax makes legal cannabis unaffordable for consumers and unsustainable for businesses. This isn't just a tax hike, it's a push towards failure. Let's be clear, cannabis businesses are already paying significant taxes, including state tax, local taxes, payroll taxes, licensing fees. These businesses contribute to the local economy, providing jobs, generating revenue. But if taxes becomes too high, what happens? Our customers turn to the illegal market, where we have unregulated goods, we have goods that aren't just cannabis, and we have no consumer protections. We already see this happening in Reading. Underground secret sesh markets have been operating in the same location for over 7 years, Epperson's, selling not just cannabis, but other unregulated substances. Law enforcement has yet to shut them down. I'm not quite sure, because they're happening at the same location for years. We already see, meanwhile, legal businesses that follow every rule are being asked to shoulder an even greater tax burden. It's not fair and it's not effective policy. Instead of raising taxes to the point of driving business away, why not focus on solutions that actually generate revenue? Consumption lounges are a prime example. By allowing safe, regulated spaces for cannabis use, the city could increase tax revenue, create new jobs, and provide consumers with a legal alternative to unregulated cannabis. Other cities have successfully implemented this. Why not Reading? The goal should be to support businesses, not push them into the ground. A balanced tax structure and forward-thinking policies will create a thriving industry that benefits the entire community. I urge you to reconsider this tax increase and explore better ways to strengthen Reading's economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Lathan Martinez, Simone Robinson, and William Williams.
Lathan Martinez, founder of Sundial Collective, owner of Nug Sundial, COO of Perfect Union, someone who's been in the cannabis space since about 2005, and probably like a lot of these people out here. I just want everyone to raise their hand if they oppose this tax. Keep them up, just so they can all see. These are all people who live here, shop here, they're your constituents. This is a very important issue. I'm sure you haven't seen this many people here for very many issues, but they came for this one. So let's start with that. I'll tell you how much taxes Sundial and Nug Sundial has paid the city since we've been open. Sundial's paid $3,252,767.57 just to the city of Reading. That's not our excise tax. That's not any other tax, not sales tax, which some of that does go to the city of Reading as well. That's the 5% tax that we have paid on time since we opened. Nug Sundial has paid $1,667,033.90 since we opened. So the total, you guys can add it up if you want, but $4,919,801.47. That's the largest taxpayer in that time frame to you guys. Any business. There's no business that has paid you guys that much money. So we'll start with that as well. So as it pertains to you guys raising this tax. It's not a raise. Well, you guys proposed 10% and then said 7. So you're going to raise it by 20%. Well, it's a little more than 20%, but let's say it's 20%. If that happens, as I said, I'm the COO of Perfect Union, who operates in Shasta Lake City. Shasta Lake City is not proposing an increase in tax. Everybody here who works in this industry can tell you, if we raise our eighth by $1, our customers go and shop somewhere else. If we raise our eighth by 20%, where do you think they're going to go? They're going to go to Shasta Lake City. So you guys are thinking about making up your deficit of $5 million, which one program in the city that isn't at a deficit, the cannabis program. There's no way you're operating in a deficit. My 3 minutes are up, or I guess I had 28 seconds, but they will all go to Shasta Lake City, or at least a huge percentage of them. So your tax revenue is not going to go up. It's going to go down. And that's only from my business. That's not counting the 4 other dispensaries. I guess there's 3 other dispensaries since High Times closed, which you know why High Times closed? Because of high taxes, low revenue. It's a tough business. Since I got a little bit of time, I'm going to talk about cultivation. The cultivators here spent millions of dollars to build their businesses, and you're now asking them to go up by 333%? That's astronomical. And I'm not a cultivator.
You're done. Good night.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
We don't have enough time. You know, we have a lot of people to go through. We'd appreciate you staying to the 3 minutes. Okay, thank you. Simone?
Simone Sroff and Rob Masterson. Good evening, members of the City Council, city staff, and fellow community members. My partner Rob and I stand here before you today not just as cannabis cultivators and operators in the city of Reading, but as local business owners, taxpayers, and job creators. We want to address the proposed increases to the cannabis cultivation and sales tax, and we urge the council to carefully consider the economic consequences of these changes, not just for businesses like mine, but for the city as a whole. As it stands, cannabis cultivation in Reading is already taxed at $3 per square foot, a significant cost that we budget for along with employee wages, security, compliance, and other operational expenses. The proposal to increase this tax to $10 per square foot is not just an increase, it's a more than tripling of the rate. Here's what we think will happen if this passes. Operators will either shut down, relocate, or halt expansion projects. For a group like ours, we will no longer consider expanding any further cultivation within the city of Reading, and will look to expand in other jurisdictions. For other groups, this may be a catalyst towards shutting down or relocating their businesses altogether. Fewer businesses means fewer jobs. Every cultivation facility supports employees, vendors, and contractors. As these businesses shut down, these jobs and revenues will diminish. Ultimately, the city will collect less tax revenues. With fewer operators, there's a smaller tax base. While a $10 per square foot rate might seem like a revenue boost on paper, the reality is that fewer businesses paying this tax will lead to an overall decline in tax collections for the city. Furthermore, the increase in cannabis sales tax from 5 to 7% will have a similar effect. It may seem like an easy way on paper to generate revenue, but what we know will happen is customers will be driven away. They'll either go to the illicit market, dispensaries will continue to struggle, as Latham had said, or Readings will just go to the city of Shasta Lake. Ultimately, Reading will lose with these tax proposals. We all want to see a city of Reading thrive, but these taxes will not achieve those goals. By asking a single industry that is already heavily taxed at the local, state, and federal level to cover 20% of the roughly $5 million tax gap is harsh. As it stands, the industry has seen the price of cannabis drop by over 60%, while costs continue to rise. The current threat of a tariff war between the United States and its trading partners will only add significantly more pressure to that goal. Instead, I urge the city to consider an approach that supports a healthier balance between business and tax revenue. A 1% increase in sales tax would solve the shortfall. At 7.25%, the sales tax is already low. City of Sacramento, 8.7%. City of Alameda County, 10.75%. City of Fresno, 8.35%. City of Santa Barbara is 8.75,
Thank you.
going to 9.25 on April 1st.
Allison
Thank you.
Soso, you're up. Allison Sasso, Bob Yulsener, and Winona Taggart. And when you're speaking next or third, why don't you kind of line up against the wall over there? Thank you.
Good morning, council members.
Oh,
My
Addison.
name is Addison Sasso, and I'm an indoor cultivator in Reading. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you regarding proposal to increase taxes by 233% pertaining to the square footage of indoor cannabis grows in the city of Reading. I'll get right to the point. As a professional legal licensed cultivator in Reading, I was shocked to learn the council's draconian tax increase. Frankly, I cannot operate my business on a long-term basis if Reading is going to impose increases of this shocking and unattainable size. I've invested a substantial amount in the city of Reading in my business. I employ 9 people, and I invested in and built my business when wholesale cannabis prices were more than double what they are today. Your proposed increase, if implemented, will compel me to move to another community where most of my costs of doing business is far lower, and I have a dependable outlook on future fees and taxes. However, the consequences of your proposed increase go far beyond my forced move elsewhere. The additional cost will change my plan to invest into a new location instead of Reading. Additionally, I'll be forced to downsize and lay off employees for my existing cultivation, which I don't want to do, but will have to if this tax increase is implemented. In 2024, I paid the city of Reading $72,000 to operate. If you follow through and approve this oppressive tax increase, I will pay $100,000 over the subsequent 12 months. I went into business in a very real way with the city of Reading when the wholesale price of cannabis was over twice what they are today. And now you propose a 233% increase with little notice. To reiterate, I will eventually relocate my business elsewhere. I'll expand my business with a second cultivation in another municipality. I'll be forced to lay off employees, and other professional cultivators will have to do the same. Your decision on this matter has consequences. Please reconsider. Until now, I viewed the city of Reading as a business partner. Please don't force my hand with this proposed tax increase, a 233% increase with almost no notice. I want to stay in Reading, respectfully. My name is Addison Sasso. Thank you for your time and this opportunity to address the council.
Addison, I want to apologize. I think I called you Allison. I apologize for that. Bob, I can't pronounce your last name. Mekssner?
Bob Meissner.
Oh, Meisner, thank you. And Winona Taggart, and then Robert Miner.
So I've been a contractor here in Reading since 1975. I've had a lot of contracts with the city of Reading. I kind of take this from a different perspective. Normally, when you work with the city of Reading, they prepare budgets for construction projects. It takes years, and they generate a set of plans and look for a vision of building something. Well, the cannabis industry is not any different. So you're talking about an average project taking $3 or $4 million, and from getting from start to actually cultivation. And now all of a sudden, when somebody's invested that amount of money, you put them on a precarious perch of saying, hey, we're going to change the rules from your cash flow program that you initiated to build this project. And I'm just saying, it's a mind blower to me. We have 2 projects that we're working on right now that we're seriously just saying, hey, we need to walk away. So I'd ask you to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Like Winona Taggart, Robert Miner, and Talon Overstreet, or Talon.
William Williams, father, grandfather, small local business owner, not in the cannabis industry, and longtime cannabis consumer. I currently purchase 100% of my cannabis from Twin View Sundial. The 5% increase to me means maybe going 3 miles up the road where the tax will stay the same. As a father, I have a 23-year-old daughter that turns to the black market, untested cannabis. I worry about her. I worry about her health. It's not a minor increase. 5 to 7% is a 40% jump. And it's enough for me to drive the extra 2.5 miles north. It's not that far to save a few bucks. If you look at a lifetime, how much you're going to spend, it's a big difference. And, it's a struggling market just to make money right now. And we're living check to check and month to month. And it means a lot. Every dollar matters to us. As consumers, it's scary. It's scary to think that, everything's getting, eggs are $10 a pack right now. I won't take too much time. I'm not a public speaker, just a cannabis smoker. Worried about where our dollar's going, worried about the safety of my kids. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. So I guess now we'll have Winona.
Good evening, Council. My name is Winona Tagger. I am here in opposition to Reading's unjust cannabis hike. Today, I received 403 signatures from Reading Cannabis employees, owners, and consumers who are opposed to this tax increase. The City of Reading's proposed tax increase on legal cannabis cultivators from $3 to an outrageous $10 per square foot for entire room square footage is an attack on our lawful businesses. Workers, consumers alike. This tax would exceed even San Jose's $7 per square foot table canopy tax, one of the highest in the state, despite Reading having less than 10% of San Jose's population. This move is nothing short of an atrocity against our legal industry that has remained in full compliance with state and local regulations. The California Business and Professions Code 26013 mandates that cannabis regulations must be reasonable and not excessively burdensome. Additionally, Prop 64 was designed to establish a fair and regulated market, not to strangle it with outrageous taxation that is disproportionately impacts small and medium-sized businesses. Did you know the California Constitution, Article 13A, Prop 13, requires that special tax increases be subject to voter approval? This proposed increase would violate this. By imposing such an extreme tax, the city is setting up the legal cannabis industry for failure, driving businesses to closure, eliminating jobs, cutting wages, and forcing consumers to either absorb unfair costs or turn to the illicit market. This is an insult to the hardworking people of our community who have built this industry in compliance with state and local laws. We demand that the city reject this unjust proposal. The cannabis industry is already heavily taxed. This additional burden is unnecessary, excessive, and destructive. This is not just about business. This is a fairness, economic stability, and withholding the principles of lawful enterprise. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Miner, Talent Overstreet, and Jeremy Hughes.
Hi, my name is Talon Overstreet, and I am against the cannabis tax increase. I got my med card when I was 19. Before I started using cannabis, I felt nauseated almost every day, had trouble eating enough, and was underweight at around 125 pounds, which is really low for someone like me over 6 feet tall. Today, I'm much healthier at a lean 160, and I could not have done that without weed. Cannabis is a great medicine, and the people here have a right to have affordable access to it. The legal cannabis industry is overtaxed and overregulated as it is, and if anything, we should be lowering taxes. As it's been said, we should be doing more to make legal cannabis more accessible. You want to lower hard drug use, including alcohol in the area, make legal cannabis more accessible. You want to reduce underage use, make legal cannabis more accessible. You want to reduce illegal cannabis grow operations, make legal cannabis more accessible. All this tax increase does is punish honest, hardworking people for following your laws. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robert Minear. I'm here to propose the tax on the cannabis. Like a lot of people have stated, the numbers, the percent of the increase it is, how much money we've already paid in tax, and that's all good and great news. I want to touch on how these adverse effects are going to affect our community. There's already these illegal secret sessions happening. Matter of fact, there's one happening right now while we're having this meeting that's been going on for months and months and months, and they post about it every Tuesday. Things that I've had to keep my 16-year-old son from going to, where they're selling molly, mushrooms, and sprayed cannabis packs that are unprotected, unsafe. Doing this, you're going to hurt some of these people that are using cannabis to curb themselves from opioids, that are curbing themselves from alcoholism. You're going to see a raise in those kind of addictions and drug problems back in our community. Again, a better way to get this revenue would be giving us more businesses, more opportunities to give some jobs out by creating consumption lounges, maybe event licensing so we can actually hold structured events for cannabis here in Shasta County. Those things would bring up great revenue for you. For example, since June, Sacramento started opening their cannabis cafes and their consumption lounges. You're talking over $1.5 million in tax revenue alone since they've been opening those. So that's a fat chunk of the $5 million that you guys are trying to talk about. So with that being said, I think that your better option would be to let us open these consumption lounges, maybe get some other ways of your tax revenue from that, or also maybe proposing an alcohol tax, since that's really the damage on our community and not cannabis.
Jeremy's gone? Yep. All right.
Thank y'all for having me. So when I moved to California, I first applied for the cannabis industry. When I first got into it, they came with me to open arms. Since then, I've started to go to college. I've dedicated my career to this, what I want. I just want to be able to know that when I get done, I'll be able to open my own grow or just be able to pursue. I mean, I guess a lot of us can agree that are in the cultivation and just cannabis in general, we're a culture. We all get along, we all agree on the same things. We come together when we need it, and that's what it's done for me and probably done for a lot of other people. This tax, I mean, it's more than likely just going to hurt people. I mean, if you put our businesses pretty much out of business, you're going to hurt families. You're going to hurt my friends, my families, people that I actually genuinely care about. And like that hurts me to see, especially as being like a U.S. vet. I fought for that, for people to have that opportunity. And it's kind of really shitty to see where y'all are going to tax it to where no one wants to work here. No one can afford to work here. And that's just my view on it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That is it. We have any questions for Mr. Tippin or what? Who wants to start the discussion? Apparently we have one more speaker.
Hi, my name is Kylie Batchick. I formerly worked with Sundial Collective, and I also...
Can you come closer to the microphone so we can hear what you have to say? Thank you.
Sorry, can you hear me now? Okay. Hi, my name is Kylie Batchick. I previously worked with Sundial Collective, and now I am currently working at A Golden State as a cultivator. I have a few things that I've written last night. I'm sorry, I get a little nervous with public speaking. While the Reading City Council's proposals to increase taxes on commercial indoor cannabis cultivators may appear to be a viable solution to address the city's budget deficit, there are several compelling arguments against a significant tax hike. Economic impact on local businesses is one of them. You have encouragement on illegal market activity. You have competitive disadvantages, and you also have erosion of consumer base. A threefold increase of cultivation tax could place an excessive financial burden on local cannabis businesses, potentially leading to increased operational costs. This may force some cultivators to reduce their workforce, cut back on investments, or shut down their operations entirely. The loss of these businesses can not only diminish the potential tax revenue, but can also lead to job losses, harming the local economy and community. The competitive disadvantages: cannabis cultivators in Reading may find themselves at a competitive disadvantage compared to those in other regions with lower tax rates. If surrounding cities or states maintain more favorable tax structures, businesses may relocate to those locations, leading to a potential long-term decline in Reading cannabis industry. This can result in a net loss of tax revenue and jobs, and counteracting the intended financial benefits of tax increase. I also believe that the medicinal value of cannabis is so important to our community, especially for people that are battling cancer. I have worked with patients one-on-one as a bud tender, and I passionately believe that CBG, CBN from the cannabinoid of the plant is super helpful to those people that need that. They need an affordable option for them to find relief instead of going to pharmaceutical drugs. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Vice Chair Lata?
I thought I was going to go second, but I thought we had more softball and hockey players here tonight, but it's obvious we've had a bigger crowd representing this topic here. And first thing I wanted to say is I'm glad people came and spoke tonight. I think it's really important to speak to the issue. If people didn't speak today, we wouldn't know, right? And it's really obvious this is an important issue to the community. The thing that came to mind this morning is we received a letter this morning that stated there's going to be a community-driven sales tax initiative, and possibly that will hit the ballot later this year. We do have a $5 million deficit here, and it's pretty important. It's what the public keeps telling us is that we need more police officers, we need more firefighters, we need to be more invested in public safety, but we have an issue where we don't have a lot of money to be able to spend to improve public safety. And I know most or everyone in this room should feel that's a very important issue, and I'm sure it is to this community. The cannabis tax, where I wrestle with this is it would help pay for public safety. It would help improve, the things that we do in the city. However, this is a tax, and potentially we're going to have another sales tax measure that comes later this year. And I'd be hesitant to say to increase the tax on cannabis today, knowing that we potentially would have a sales tax measure in the future that we would have a much better benefit, and that could solve some problems for us here on the council. I'd be inclined to postpone this decision and maybe punt this out to June, and maybe we see some progress of how the sales tax measure is doing, because I don't want to tax the cannabis and also have a sales tax measure at the same time, and I think that defeats the purpose. I think if a sales tax measure is passed, we might be having different conversations about what many speakers said here today about reducing the tax, or who knows? But I'd like to punt that decision down the road and either to June or maybe bring it back to November or December and just table this issue.
Mayor Pro Tem Visner. It's our turn to talk. Thank you.
We have to solve the budget. I have a couple of notes of things that I want to say, but I have a couple of questions about what you're proposing first. We do have to decide and direct staff of how it is that we're coming up with that $5 million budget deficit. So are you saying that you want to waiting until November doesn't allow staff to take care of any decisions? Because I believe the 13th is when it is that we have that coming back to have our next budgetary hearing. Are you willing to entertain seeing whether or not, I believe that was just published, but waiting until they see if they get signatures or something like that? Like, we don't even know what's going to come of that, and
We
we've
don't
had
know,
a
and I
tax
think
initiative fail
this still
multiple
needs to be on the table with the cannabis tax and just the discussion to solve in public safety as it is. This is a resource, and but I'm very optimistic that maybe there'll be a better outcome in the future, and that's why I would suggest to table this. A question for city staff here is, as we get into budget discussions, and we have a budget meeting coming up in March or April, this potentially could still be something that we can pencil in the budget in the future, knowing that if a potential community-driven sales tax initiative doesn't hit the ballot or doesn't pass, we'd at least have some recourse to be able to understand what this could do for our budget by penciling that in. For next year.
If I understand you correctly, and just so the audience knows, we received a letter from a committee that has announced that they are intending to move forward with a citizen-driven sales tax ballot measure that would increase the sales tax by 1% in the city of Reading. And I believe that's what Vice Mayor is referring to, and that those would be competing elements. In other words, a tax today plus a potential tax in November. If I understand your question, the answer is yes, you would be able to enact this at any time in the future. So for instance, if you decided to push it to December for a decision, that could mean that roughly about $500,000 would be not seen within the city's budget. But then after that point, it would be in the city's budget. So over a 10-year period of time, your difference would be, in rough numbers, 9.5 million versus 10 million. So it's on a 10-year planning horizon, it's not that significant of a difference. And I think we could make that work so long as the council was willing to act on that resolution, as soon as you are aware that there was not going to be a sales tax, if that's what happened.
Go ahead, Councilmember Danuka.
As a doctor, I strongly advise my patients against smoking or eating marijuana, especially the young people.
Hey, guys, if you could be respectful, we all sat up here and listened. If you could do that to him.
And I encourage people by doing so by educating them, engaging them, and empowering them, but not by overtaxing them. I believe in a fair business structure and fair tax structure. I do not think that we should be balancing our budget based on the back of a single business, even if we do agree with this or not. Furthermore, I am concerned that this overtaxing can drive the business underground, which can be frankly dangerous because of other contamination in the substances. It can also make it very easy for people to go to Shasta Lake, but also online. So therefore, I think we need to really seriously consider whether this is a good idea to overtax a single business structure or not. But I do agree with Mayor Litau that question also, we need to really see what's going on with other things also. So I'm in favor of tabling this for now and reconsidering it at a later date.
Councilmember Adet.
Okay, so, okay, couple things. This fee hasn't changed in 7 years, and the fee structure is determined by the law that was passed. So there is a range of what they can charge, from $0 to $25 per square foot, from, I think, up to 10% on the retail side. So within that range, this is what the law says, you can charge this much for this drug and the cultivation of it and the retail sale of it, because it will cause more police presence. It does cause issues. People don't just, maybe all of you do it responsibly, and but we do have to have law enforcement that is a component of this, and so for the privilege of getting to use drugs, you supplement public safety for that. That's just how that works. So that is what the law said. That is what they stipulated. Enough. I'm just going to tell you my thoughts. You can keep them to your...
All right, stop.
I agree. 100% agree.
Please.
100% agree.
Let her speak, please.
100%
Let you
agree
speak,
with
now
you.
it's our turn.
I 100% agree with you. Alcohol is a huge problem. I am just telling you, when they legalize this by law, the way that the statute is that it's basically going back into the community to pay for what happens as a result of that. Okay, so they set the parameters. They tell you this is what you can charge, and we stay within those bounds. So this is not illegal to charge. It is not illegal to increase the fee. The fee has not... Okay, so the fee has not increased in 7 years. How many of you were here when the Airbnb charge doubled? How many of you were here when fees out of development services doubled and tripled and it cost you more in buying your home? There are fees that are increasing in the state of California every single day.
Please, let's let the council members have a discussion. It's not helpful when you speak from the audience, and it may disrupt the meeting into the point where we have to suspend. So let's get to the end of this, and please be respectful. Thank you for your courtesy.
We've sat here with many different communities that the cost of business continues to increase for everybody in California. And every single time, of course they don't want you to increase rates, you don't want to increase taxes, you don't want to increase anything. The idea that we would temporarily suspend this so that you'll be so excited about a sales tax, I think is ridiculous. Of course, no one here is going to be like, yes, sign me up for the sales tax. I prefer that. No, nobody's going to like that either. There is no tax that is going to come up to us to vote on that the public's going to come and say, oh, please tax that. That would be so much better. It's not going to happen. And the idea that we are going to punt the ball, not make the responsible decisions, not do the things that we have to do because it feels better if we do a sales tax that other people on their backs are going to be pushing that, I think punts the ball, and that's not our responsibility. I got the calls from people that work in this industry threatening that if the sales tax is going to come, they're not going to help with that sales tax if we pass this tax. So I don't buy into that call. I don't buy into that, you do this for us and we'll help you with your sales tax. I don't want that. The cannabis tax hasn't changed in 7 years. I will remind you, for those of you that are concerned about competition, I also was concerned about competition. Will they leave? So Shasta Lake, if you are a cultivator, an indoor cultivator, your tax at over 10,000 square feet is $15 a square foot. So we are below the market. We are at $10 a square foot.
Oh, excuse me. Can I please ask you guys to show the same respect as the council people showed to the speakers? And let her speak, and you will have your voice also.
So please. So the ordinance that Shasta Lake has includes those figures. It appears they charge $5 a square foot for all cultivation, indoor and outdoor. That was passed per resolution that we've been able to locate.
Okay, so, and what's their percentage?
They're 6% for retail sales.
So I'm not concerned that they're going to leave. I think if you're here in Reading, you're here because RU prices are low. I think that we are competitive in our electricity rates. I think that makes us attractive to come here to do business. That isn't going to change. I also think we have a larger customer base. We're a good place to do business. So what is the increase? We are going to increase the tax because it hasn't changed in 7 years, and every department has cut. Every single department here has figured out, has done their fee studies to figure out what it's going to cost to do business in the state of California. For every single industry, everybody has had to either tighten their belts in our departments, and in addition to that, do fee studies for what the impacts are and the impact fees of whatever department is here. So everybody's doing that. You don't get to escape that. You also have to come in. So what is that going to be? So going from $3 to $10, had there been a $1 increase every single year, that would have gotten us to $10. So I think there should have been a $1 increase every year as they went through. You know, when you're talking about you paid $4.9 million, that means you made almost $100 million in your business. And if you're paying 4.95% of that, that's $98 million. So this is not, you're making, you know, $10 million and you're paying 4 and it's unfair, it's 50% of your gross. Like, this is 5% of the gross. So going up to 7% is going, I think, is reasonable. Going from 3 to 10 would have been a $1 increase per year. That feels reasonable to me, as well as from 5 to 7 for retail. So these are modest increases. Had there been an increase of $1 a year or even 0.25% a year, we would have gotten to this. But for the last 7 years, there has been no increase, and there is no sector in any part of this government that hasn't had some increase year after year, some increase of the cost of doing business, some increase. So the fact that this industry has escaped having any increase in their taxes in 7 years, I think is a minor miracle. But it's all coming now because money is tight. We still have to offer services as a city, and we're going to have to pay, and that means everybody's going to have to pay for that. So that is the proposal on the table. It does make us competitive with those that are around us. We are the only city in the area that hasn't had a sales tax increase. Our sales tax is still the minimum. So these other cities that are raising sales taxes, so far not us, it again is another added value to being in Reading. So this isn't we're against cannabis. This is everybody's been coming to the table. Everybody's had to do has had some increase. And so for 7 years there has been no increase at all. And so this is where we're coming to. So had there been an increase, I think this is the reasonable number. I think for what that increase would have been reasonably year after year, this is the number that they've arrived at. And I would make the motion that we accept as recommended by the staff. I'm not forgetting about licenses fees.
Please, let's let the council have the discussion.
That's my
Thank
point.
you.
It did go up, and these should have gone up as well.
Let's keep
All right, hold on.
council discussion.
Mayor Pro Tem Resin.
I am going to ask that everybody let me get through my statement, mostly because I'm usually somebody who speaks off the cuff. That's how I prefer, but because I felt like this was a really just heated and a topic that matters to a lot of people. The deficit that we have is very serious, and I also think that like Ms. Audette said, every department is very heated. Community members that interact with each department are heated over all of these issues. So, as a council member, I've consistently supported policies that prioritize public safety, responsible regulation, and economic sustainability. I'm also a strong advocate for tobacco retail licensing and protections that keep harmful substances out of the hands of minors. However, I cannot support a massive tax increase on cannabis retailers that ultimately undermine the very principles of responsible governance and economic stability. Cannabis is already one of our most highly regulated industries within our city. To dramatically increase on legal operators while we claim to support a free market and less government, as a Republican, intervention is not only inconsistent but also counterproductive. We've heard from multiple speakers this evening about the dangers of the black market, and history has shown us across various different industries that when legal avenues become overly burdensome and regulated and taxation, illicit markets thrive. We've seen this in tobacco, alcohol, prescription drugs like OxyContin. This isn't just an economic issue, it is a safety issue. A thriving black market means unregulated products potentially risky to consumers and a strain on law enforcement. And as a mother of a teenager, those matter to me. If we push legal businesses out of the market with excessive taxation, we will end up creating very problems we are trying to prevent. Ms. Audette, I would be supporting a raise to $5.
How is raising the price on cultivating pushing into the black market? I mean, I guess the retail side, I get that, but not the, I don't understand the cultivating side.
Well, hold on. Dr. Danuka,
What do you mean, like they'll grow in the black market?
we're still talking over here.
So
Okay, we're still talking.
So
Dr.
is the concern that we're gonna have illegal grows here in Reading? Is that the concern?
We have illegal grows here in Reading.
That is the concern.
We have illegal,
I'm legit, that is your concern. Your concern is that there'll be more illegal grows.
my concern is that as we continue to tax, we are increasing the desire for the illicit market to thrive. We're increasing the desire for all of these people in this room and beyond who decide to operate within the guidelines to then go sell weed. I grew up here. I am very aware that the rest of the world knows what kind of things are grown in Northern California. And there is a strong illicit market across Northern California.
Right, so
we're currently having difficulty with warrants at the moment to be able to come down as hard on those illicit grows and dispensing of products.
Sure. That's not my question specifically is you're concerned that if sorry to interrupt you. Overall, my ultimate concern is that we're putting unfair burden on one industry because you're not wrong. Every single person. Well, I don't think all industries are equal. So when we're talking about whatever the $100 million worth of, business that they're doing or, whatever the number is, when they're doing very high, and the margins are very, very large.
That's the same thing that when we have a discussion, like you said, about a developer who comes in, and the room will also be full during that when we discuss those fees and permits.
So my question is, if the black market is not the issue, if this tax has not been raised, it's higher in other places, they do continue to raise the rates, they increase taxes. What do you think is fair?
I said that I would be fine. I said that I would be fine going from a cultivation rate from $3 per square foot to $5 per square foot.
Would you be okay with 7? I mean, because if we're equal to Shasta Lake when we have REU rates, I mean, that is also a benefit to them.
Are you willing to let item B and C go?
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
Okay, I'm not willing to
having no
negotiate.
increase whatsoever, so all the other agencies, everybody else has to have their increases, but they get no increase after 7 years? No increase, not even a cost of living increase? I mean, that makes very little sense to me that everybody else would be having the rates go up and things are, even us ratepayers have had our rates go up.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, well, Paul was next to speak.
Well, I'll just remind the council members about what I said earlier. There are other things which hurt our community. Sugar hurts our community. Now, there are a lot of illnesses which happen because of that. We can't overtax an industry to enforce a good behavior. And we have to be cognizant of that is this a fair structure or not? So I understand the citizens already voted on it and they gave us a range where we can decide the tax should be, and you are well within the range. I do understand that.
We're at the bottom
so
of the range.
I'm not saying that you can never raise the tax or you can never reconsider in the future, but when you're trying to balance your budget on a single industry, that, in my opinion, is unfair.
This
And it
will
doesn't
not-
matter
this
whichever
will not balance our budget. This will not balance our budget
No, I understand,
at all.
I understand that. Just
At all, this will not balance our budget.
Let me just complete my thought. So I agree, this is not going to balance the budget completely, but our decision should not be driven by that alone.
Correct. It
So
should be
that's,
right.
so that's why I'm saying, if you do want to consider raising it in the future, that's certainly a prerogative council will have within the law which was passed by citizens' initiative. Having said that, we should not overtax it because, I mean, as a fiscal conservative and a libertarian, I think I do find it unfair to tax one industry much more. And we have seen this in tobacco and everything else. It doesn't really reduce consumption much. It doesn't really help the community's health much even. So this is not a direction which helps us.
Your position is that the tobacco tax did not decrease its use?
Now I'm just saying it doesn't help much. It still is consumed.
Okay, so I don't think that this balances the budget, nor do I think that it's strictly because we have a budget issue. The fact is, it's been 7 years and there hasn't been a single increase. We're not even close to what the neighboring areas are doing, and so it has to go up. At some point, you have to increase it when everything else is being increased, because now you're singling them out for a privilege. Now they don't have the tax to go up, and everybody else is being taxed, because we've basically gone across the board and added or increased where it needed to increase, and these are the only ones that have now not been increased. So now you're singling them out for special favor because you're not increasing.
That's incorrect. Our sales tax is same for everyone right now.
It's not.
It's not. No, our sales tax, and that is the same for everyone right now. So that has not increased.
Vice Mayor Lata.
Yeah, I mean, to
Hold
be.
on one second.
Yeah,
You want to say
sorry.
something?
Well, I just want to make sure the council's distinguishing between fees and taxes. So the tax is what we're talking about tonight, and that was established by the vote of the people in 2018. In addition to that, we have a licensing fee that covers everything from, day-to-day regulation, license renewal. That's a fairly hefty fee. It's over $30,000 for a cultivator, and that does go up every year by CPI. So that is part of your fees.
All right. Mike?
Yeah, I mean, we're not here to discuss raising revenue and adding more tax to try to deter. I mean, that's not what the discussion is really about. Some interesting stats I saw today in a spreadsheet given to us is, if we looked at last year's numbers or the year before from cultivation, we received roughly about $234,000 from cultivation. From the retail side, that was a significant amount. We received $1,382,000, something like that. Strangely enough, if I go back 3 or 4 years, we were up to $2 million on the retail side. So it sounds like something's happening that's causing less usage, right? So what Councilmember Adet said is this is not going to solve our budget. My biggest concern, again, is I don't want to feel like we're trying to solve a budget problem by targeting one group.
Correct.
I think it's really fair that if we're going to talk about tax, not actually fees that we charge, for services, if we're going to talk about tax, I want it to be fair for everybody. And going back to a potential sales tax initiative, that is something to me that feels like that's fair to everybody. Everybody pays it. And we're not targeting, again, just one group. Everybody participates in something like that. But again, if we're going to go after cannabis tax, yes, it feels like it could really be a Band-Aid that says it fixes a problem that is our problem to fix. We're hoping you all do it with us, because that's what we do as a community, solve problems, is we need to find a way to really balance this budget, bring in more police officers and firefighters and solve other community problems. But I don't want the cannabis group to feel like they're responsible for solving this whole problem. Because whatever we do today, if we increase taxes or add fees, it's not going to solve our entire budget. It just helps. Right? So that's why I would agree to suggest to postpone discussion of that, which I think still should be on the table for the future. And we visit that down the road pending what happens with a potential community-driven sales tax initiative.
Mayor Pro Tem Wagner?
I just, for facts and accuracy purposes, the estimated tax increase could generate between $700,000 and $1.3 million of funding for essential city services. That is roughly between 14 to 26% of our deficit. So while you may say that doesn't exactly equate to equally across all departments. That is a majority. That is essentially, if we had $1, that is a quarter from one industry and then 3/4 from everything else to come up with that 5 million. I just want to be accurate about that is 14
Yeah, it's a small amount.
to 26%.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, when you look at what retail has to pay, retail is paying 4 times the amount that cultivation is paying. Retail is sharing the burden of the cost of the taxes here, way more than cultivation is. I don't think that adding, you know, a percent, even if it's 1%, there should be some increase. We haven't increased in 7 years.
That's
So
why I
if you
felt
want to
like
go to
$5 was
7, 1
fair.
and 1, what?
I said that's why I felt like $5 was fair. If you want
I
to
don't-
only discuss a 1% in the other categories.
Yeah, I would do a 1%. $7, 1%, 1%.
Would you be willing to have a resolution that went to $5, then a 1% increase in B and a 1% increase in C, only for a 2-year time frame that's sunsetted, and it would be brought back during the 13th budget?
I would do that, the 711 and a 2-year sunset. Yeah, I would do that.
No.
What are you going to say yes to? It's not going to be.
I'm going to talk now.
That's what she is.
Please,
Here's why.
This is not for your discussion. This is the council's discussion. You've had your opportunity. Let the council debate. Thank you.
And people, you have to understand, please, you have to understand that 5 of us can't sit together and have this discussion in any other forum but this. So you have to respect what we are trying to discuss. You gave us a responsibility to make these decisions. These are not easy decisions. So you have to allow each one of us to speak with each other to reach this decision making. So I urge you, I encourage you to please respect that process.
All right, my turn. You know, you've heard the saying that rising tide rises all boats, and that is the goal. We're not just picking on cannabis, we're raising taxes or fees across the board. Now, what is a fair raise for you guys? I mean, 5, I was gonna suggest $6, and then we suspend the 1% till December, and then revisit everything if the 1% tax goes through. But everybody needs to pay their part. What is a fair wage for you guys? That's what we're discussing. We can go up to $30. We're not even close to suggesting that. You know, 7 was reasonable. I think 5 is reasonable. We're not picking on anybody. We're trying to make things right for all our businesses. We thank you, and I do appreciate, I don't know how to say this gently, as a man who has extended family members that use this substance, I am very thankful for clean sales. Extremely thankful for that. But I'm still, I mean, I can go with 511, or I am proposing to suspend it till December 1 and till we get that 1% tax thing. But I'm open to suggestions.
But you don't know that that's going to pass.
No.
So why wouldn't you pass it? And then if we get the sales tax, then you can suspend it.
Well, basically everything we do is we're speculating.
That's a speculation. This is happening. This is business here. This is what staff recommends based on all of the factors.
You don't have to agree. I'm just giving you my suggestion.
I know.
And so my suggestion would be, I mean, I could go with 5.
Well, we already have a
We don't have any motion.
Motion, right?
We don't have a
motion.
The motion is 711 with a 2-year sunset.
Is any second? That's a question.
Yeah, I think we should suspend item C. That's my thought there. And
why?
I'll second that motion.
Well, he didn't make a motion.
So you're going to go A and B, but just suspend C. So as written, so 10, 3 to 4, and then suspend C.
Well, I mean,
Is
I
that
understand
fair?
your argument. So as far as from 7 years, it's been 7 years, nothing's increased. So,
No.
you know, if we look at item A or B as far as, any kind of small increase. But simple math would say if we went to $5 or $6, based on what we've collected last year of about $235,000, if that number is accurate, if we doubled it from 3 to 6, we're only going to get another $235,000. Obviously, there's more benefit if we can increase the retail tax. That's where we would get more money, and that's where the big win is. But again, that is already taxed with sales tax at 7.25%, and we get a benefit of that of already 1%. So what we're talking about is we do charge an additional tax beyond sales tax on that. So is it double taxation? It is, but it does help provide services and support for the community with more police officers and fire. And if we were able to, look at option A, that might help our softball players and our hockey players, but generating some more money allows us to provide more services. And I can understand your position there. We have not had an increase in 7 years, and perhaps that's where we find a happy medium is looking at option, A, as far as taking that to 3 to 5.
Can you make a motion so I can understand where you're coming from? Because
Okay, I'm assuming we don't have a second on Vanessa's motion. Okay. Mike.
I'm unclear, maybe you could answer this question on item B. What does that do for us as far as taxes and what we would collect?
Well, that's the lowest of the number, right? So it's less, I don't have the exact number broken out, but that's considerably less than just cultivation.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to find some happy medium, so I understand what everybody's saying. I would ask that we make a motion that we suspend and table item C and bring it back to the council December 1st, but I would...
On the basis that there's going to be a sales tax, possibly?
And Aaron, Councilmember, I would go with your support from 3 to 5, so, on item A.
And then do you have an opinion on B?
B is so minimal, I don't even see, it sounds
You
like
would
it's
be
so
fine with
minimal as
1%.
far as what we get from it, so I would go with B.
Your question.
Yeah.
You would be fine with a 1%. Essentially, you're saying 5, 1, and then you're saying leave C off. C, just for the community, is retail initial rate.
Yeah, I would suspend the retail and bring that back to council either in November or December.
But why don't you, because this is going to have a minimal effect anyway, A and B, why don't you just wait for some time? Because A and B is going to be having a minimal effect anyway. So what's the point?
Yeah.
It's a huge point, because for 7 years, you haven't increased their cost of doing business, while everybody else's costs are going up. That's why.
No.
We can always make the case that everybody should pay less. We should always make that case. I would wish that nobody would have all these crazy fees in California.
I'm very well aware
but you're literally going to have to cut more police. We have 12 officers we're not going to have. We have 12 firefighters we're not going to have. And you guys are sitting up here pandering to a crowd when we have a budget we have to figure out. And you're not going to actually ask them to do anything after 7 years?
Vanessa.
You're going to ask for nothing?
That's enough.
You're going to ask for nothing.
May I make a motion?
Quiet, okay?
May I make a motion?
But this has real-world consequences. We're not in a bubble here.
I understand.
Talking about a budget for them. We're talking about a budget for the whole city.
Was your motion 511?
So let me just say this. As
my motion was to suspend item C and bring that back to the council.
It's a 0. It's a 510 is his
yes.
motion.
Well, I wouldn't say we're voting to not do item C. I'm asking to bring item C back to the council.
As a doctor, I'm very well aware of high inflation and fixed reimbursement, which affecting the businesses. So I
This is
agree.
not-
So
it's
listen
not
to me.
apples to apples.
Listen to me. What I'm
It's not
saying is,
apples to apples.
so there are two components to this. One is the licensing fees, which the city increases. The tax rate increase, what you're asking, is not something which is happening in last 5 years inside the city or any other businesses.
Yes, it's happening in every city. It's happening in every city.
I'm talking about our city. No other industries tax is going up
We have a motion
within the
for
city.
510.
0.
May I make a secondary motion that we go to $5 for cultivation, we increase by 1% for manufacturing, processing, lab testing, storage, distribution, and 1% for retail. I'm going to suggest a 2-year sunset of that, and in December, we could always bring that back and get rid of it if miraculously a miracle that's never happened in Shasta County happens.
They all vote for taxes?
Was that,
Sure.
was the sunset proposal only as to item C or as to the entirety of the resolution?
The entirety of the resolution.
So it has to come back again for whatever increases in 2 years.
Yeah, well, just for clarification, what you're voting on would have to come back on like the 13th anyway.
Yes.
So that we could wordsmith the resolution properly.
Correct.
Just so the council's aware.
So on the 13th, it would come, 2 years from now, it would sunset, but we could lower or raise at that point.
Yes, you would have to, the entire thing would have to
All
be
right.
reconsidered
Gotcha.
in 2
All right.
years.
511.
But as of, it would go back to what it is right now unless a council in 2 years decided to take up the issue.
So
again.
just, I'm going to confuse things a little bit.
Oh, that's
So
perfect.
We do 10-year budgeting. So under that proposal, then the revenues would be good for 2 years, and then in year 3, they would disappear. So the 10-year plan would still be suffering from a continued lack of revenues as we moved forward, unless, of course, there's a tax in November that gets passed. So with the sunset clause built in, we can only assume the revenue for 2 years, and then it goes away, and you still have that void going forward. So just as long as the council is aware of that, we'll still have to hold down expenses in those out years. And
We're
so
still gonna have
my
to hold down
recommendation is that we wouldn't be hiring, assuming that would change.
So in addition to that, if you do pass this for 2 years, you're really essentially blocking your path to increase the retail cannabis tax for 2 years. Because you're saying that your proposal is that you're keeping it zero for next 2 years.
No, the legal issue is that an item 12 can be brought forward at any point in time, that any council member can come forward and say, this is a topic in which that I'd like to discuss raising park fees. And we can all say, yes, that's a discussion that I would like to have. Actually, only 3 of us need to say that. 3 of us would say, yes, I'd love to discuss increasing park fees. And then we have that discussion.
And then you're all invited to come back.
Mr. Mayor, did we have a second on my motion to support A, B, and bring C back to the table down the road?
No, so we're on to the third one, which is 511 with the sunset.
Which means it can't be factored into the 10-year budget, which means we'll be at a deficit because it goes away in the
Which just means
10-year
that
budget.
revenue stream would disappear.
Right,
in
it's
year
just for
3.
budgeting purposes.
Well, wouldn't it revert back to 3?
Could it be that it automatically has to come back for a review? Sure. In
Yeah.
2 years, so
Instead
then
of a
that
sunset,
way it's
just a
like,
review?
so it's in the budget, but it
Yeah.
could go down depending on, listen, if there's a sales tax,
So what I would recommend, if you're thinking in that fashion, is that if you wanted to make an increase of some fashion, let's say it's the 511, that you just make that motion, because as you've stated, you can change by resolution at any time. And so you would be able to make that motion, it would go into the budget discussions. If there's a sales tax that happens to pass in November, you can decide to lower those to whatever you want at that point in time. So you don't actually have to modify that. The other thing that would be, maybe administratively beneficial is that I believe, I look over to my right, that if you're simply going to change the numbers to 511, you could pass that tonight. We would administratively change the resolution. It gets executed. You don't have to revisit that item.
Yeah, that is correct, although I would suggest making sure that the language is very clear as to what's
No
changing in the
problem.
written resolution.
Erin says she'll change her
I will take out the sunset, knowing that
Bring it
at
back
least
for
for the
review.
next 2 years, I can take it off.
Are you
So
sure
your-
you
so
want to
your
make it
motion would
$7?
be-
You should really make it 7.
No.
So if
Well,
I
why
could
should
just-
retail have to pay
if
their
I-
majority lion's share?
I'll second that motion.
So
You can
let me make
say
sure.
yes
Why
or
should
no.
retail have to do that? There's 10 cultivators. Why not
you-
share the cost to them?
You will not wear me
Mr.
out.
Tippin,
I'm just saying, why should retail have to bear all the responsibility?
Mr. Tippin is,
There's only 5 retailers and 10
Mr. Tippin
cultivators.
is talking.
So that spreads out with 10 different cultivators as opposed to the 5, that are bearing the weight of the retail cost.
They can fight amongst themselves about that.
Mr. Tippin,
They're not,
please.
because they're not going to pay
Hey,
theirs.
Mr. Tippin is talking.
So I understand that the motion that's being made by Councilmember
Come on.
Resner is the resolution would be passed with the following changes. Under 1A, the cultivation initial rate would have, wait a minute, I'm
It would go
confusing
from
you.
$3 to
Would be
$5.
would go $3 to $5,
Mhm.
right? B, manufacturing would go to 4%.
Mhm.
And C, the retailer's initial rate would go to 6%.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
So all the other language would stay the same. The 10 would become 5.
What?
Yes.
The 10 would become 5.
Correct.
The 4 would remain, and the 7 would become 6.
Correct.
That's the motion that's before
That
you. Is there a second?
The motion I made.
Yes. So we have a roll call vote, please.
Well,
Can I make a second motion?
go ahead.
I would ask the city staff to bring this discussion again in 1 year.
I don't want to punt.
Oh,
In what? I didn't understand the last one.
In 12 months.
they want to delay it. They want to delay it.
So was your motion to substitute that we would just delay the whole conversation for 12 months?
Yes,
Okay.
that's my motion.
So, Mr. Mayor?
No, there's no
is
no
there a
second.
There's
No.
no second. Okay. Then that one would die for lack of a second.
We have a
You
first
have
and a
the original
second.
motion still on the table.
So we don't, can we do a roll call? Yeah. I call for a vote on Aaron's motion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, doesn't pass. 2.
Wait, what's happening?
We're voting on,
Sorry, I got distracted.
we're voting on 511.
And and the two of you, and they
Yeah.
voted no.
Well, they didn't say anything.
So you guys are voting
Okay.
no?
Why don't you call for a roll call vote?
Well, okay, wait, I just want to make sure I understand this. So you want suspend for a year, you want the suspension, you guys are at, if you guys, you are at a yes on 511, I'll say yes to 711. No.
Okay.
won't
How about we compromise?
Well, they're not gonna vote for a retail increase.
How about 6? We'll meet in the middle.
Both of them are not gonna vote
I'm saying
for a retail
611.
increase.
You say
611, I'll do
7,
611. No.
Okay.
It is not a percent.
Would
Those
you
are
like to-
dollars, that's not a.
Would
that's
you
a-
like to go 4?
Huh? Would I what?
411?
What?
I am not. I am firm on the
Because
5
why?
feels
But
fair.
why exactly? How
I
is that
just
fair when
saying to you.
cultivators
Okay.
are paying, if cultivators are not even paying as much as retailers? You're putting the
So I
lion's
believe
share
that what
on the
happens,
retail,
I believe that
not
what
on the
happens is
cultivator.
that the gentleman
We're gonna-
to my left
we're
and
gonna
my right.
suspend this one. Either we're going to vote.
All right, do a roll
Okay.
call then. Are we doing roll call, or did you guys already vote?
So
We
this
have-
is, there was a first and a second for
On 511.
511.
Correct.
There was a first and a second for
There is.
511.
And are we
Yes.
roll calling, or are we just yelling it out?
Yeah.
All right,
Yes.
let's just roll call.
All right.
Okay, so Councilmember Audette,
Yes.
Councilmember Danuka.
On the basis of my principle, no.
Sorry, what?
No.
And Resner.
Confirming that we're voting on
For,
511.
Your
511.
motion.
Okay,
Your motion.
yes.
511.
Yes.
Lata
No.
and Mayor Munn.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes by a vote of 3-2.
So that everybody understands, that's $5 per square foot of cultivation, 4% of gross receipts for manufacturing, processing, laboratory testing, storage, and distribution initial rate, and 6% for retailers' initial rate.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. We are going to take a short break. Oh.
What are we doing? Taking a break? Why? That's so much fun. Yes. Here, let me.
All right, we're back to order. Let's go. Travis, are you about ready? Mike. Jack. Oh, Vanessa. Where's Manuka?
Hey guys, if everyone could gather back to their seats, or if you are sticking around to have a conversation, if you could have it outside.
Let's go. Quiet down. We still have a meeting to hold.
Little kid.
Councilmember Danuka, where are you? Yeah, go ahead.
No, I knew it was Kevin. Sorry.
Where's Paul? Danuka.
You should just start.
Councilmember Danuka, where are you? Travis, you want to take the stand?
You should not.
We are going to begin. We are 9.6A. We're starting. Consider long-term options for Reading Sports Park. Yeah, we're starting without him.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. So we are going to discuss long-term operations of the Reading Sports Park. This is a follow-up item to our March 4th meeting, where Council directed staff to develop a model for operating the sports park in-house. So that is like an in-house rec facility, much like the Reading Aquatic Center. And at the same time, to issue a press release basically calling for ideas and proposals from the community and other sports organizations or interested parties on how to move forward. So I'm going to report on the second one of those first before we get into the long-term model. So the results of that strategy, so essentially we issued a press release that resulted in 3 different articles about the sports park and our intent here. We also did several social media posts and other outlets for that. These are, several day old numbers now, but we had a really good reach on that, almost 12,500 views on Facebook, as well as a ton on Instagram and a lot of other sources. So the results of that weren't exactly overwhelming. We did have some meetings, some phone calls, some emails, no actionable ideas or offers from an outside group or any proposal to speak of, except for some food vendor interest, which was really great to get the word out about that, should we choose to go long-term.
Are you saying that, are you saying that since then? Is that what are you saying that since then you didn't have any interest? Or is this the old that you're recapping?
Since council directed us.
I came with somebody who was interested.
Yeah, I said we had some meetings, some phone calls, and some emails, but no actionable ideas.
Well, we didn't do an RFP. Are we going to then put out an RFP? Because they're not going to put in an offer in without.
Well, that wasn't council's direction. So we issued the press release and met with the people that wanted to have that discussion. So, but we did get food vendor interest, and that's good. Should we choose to move forward, we will have some people to contact for that. Should we put out an RFP or have any other type of discussion, the word is out there.
So we do have some interest from an outside group. So if the vendor, if them saying they're interested is some vendors, then I would want to amend that this is some interest in an outside group, because that would be more accurate.
I'm not sure I follow. Are you saying the food vendor interest?
You said you had a food vendor interest. Did you get a contract from them and an offer of?
Why don't we let Travis finish and then we can ask questions
Yeah,
afterwards?
we had a low-level proposal that they're interested in the conversation. They showed us some numbers and potential ideas. So stuff to explore, conversations to have, but they're not, we're not able to contract with them, or we're not authorized to do that at this time. So it's more of just putting their name in the hat.
Okay,
Throwing the hat in the ring.
Okay, but another group did put their name, is interested. So, well, the council should know there is another group that's interested.
Not that has expressed interest to
We
us.
came and I was there at the meeting,
Mhm.
so they're interested.
Continue, Travis. You have the floor.
So, without any, concrete proposal or issuing an RFP at this time, we still have to follow through with the direction of the council to develop that long-term staffing model. So, I just want to preface this with these are super conservative numbers based on actual revenue from the park in the last 4 to 5 months that we've been running it, as well as actual costs for staff. So there is no speculative business practice or if this comes online, this would happen. Year one is really solid concrete numbers based on actual bills, actual costs for staff, actual programming, and actual revenue received applied over a 12-month period. So we know what we can expect in terms of revenue, even with our worst months included. So that's where these numbers come from. I like to call that the worst case scenario budget. That's if we drum up no new business, if we have no new ideas, if we make no changes, get no sponsorships, bring in no partners. These are the revenues that we think that we can operate with. So we set a goal with it, essentially. When we get down to what we call our subsidy, our goal is to smash that number, and that's when we hire the right staff and have the right people on board to be able to do that. And again, we set the baseline of we're not going to mislead council or the public that this is going to be some revenue generator that makes a ton of money or even solves a budget problem for the city. This is a very typical recreation facility, much like any other recreation facility or any other public service. They are not generally profit makers. That's not what we're in the business for in recreation. If they were profit makers, lots of people would run sports parks, aquatic centers, things like that. So 2 other things that we did in this budget. It's very low O&M, so it's very minimal investment and no field replacements. We are not asking for funds for that for this time. This is just to see us through on a standard day-to-day basis. That field replacement number is something that we will continue to work on our own should we have the direction to proceed here. So to finish this fiscal year, that's to get us through the end of this fiscal year, through the end of June, we would need an additional $118,000. That's because we're starting up with staff. And I like to explain this like we're going from starting Apple computers in the garage, not that we'll ever get there. We'll never have those products or numbers, but we're starting our business in the garage. We've been very successful at hobby business. We now want to go and get staff and get our building and get our equipment and get everything that we need to do. And there is a big upfront cost to that, and revenue takes a while to catch up. So again, all of this very conservative, and we want to present real hard numbers and hope to crush those along the way. For the following year, so you'd see the fiscal year 25, 26, and 26, 27, those are the budget, that's the budget cycle that we're working on at the moment. These are the numbers that we would include in terms of operational subsidies. So on the next slide, we'll see what our revenue is and why it results in what I would call a subsidy, because it could potentially operate at a loss, again, much like any other recreation facility. So we don't need to go through these numbers, but this is the detail of that budget. All of the positions that we have outlined for that. There are 2 new full-time positions that I'll show you in another slide, as well as costs for utilities, contracts for pest control, HVAC, O&M materials, the administrative staff that will help support this, maintenance staff, supplies, everything in there. And then anticipated revenue, again, based on actual receipts that we have over the last few months. We're not anticipating any additional activity. There's no programming, there's no sponsorships, anything like that. So again, based on what we know today, we have 2 years. I like to say we're going to have 2 years to cook, and we will be able to do new things over that 2 years if we had the funding to do that. So staffing that we proposed for this, 11.75 full-time equivalents. 2 of these positions are full-time positions. These are kind of our top level positions in recreation, underneath the recreation superintendent. That is the day-to-day on-site manager, the person who is bringing the energy, bringing the business, and managing that sports park. That would be our recreation supervisor 1 and 2. That would be the most crucial position to recruit for. That is what all of the success of the operations out there hinge on. Much like any successful business, they need that person out front. So that's going to be a very important one to recruit for. Right now, we do not have that out there. Like I said, we've been hobby running this. So myself and our recreation superintendent, Allison Harris, have been taking that role with a lot of help from Michelle Corliss, who is our recreation coordinator. We would also bring on a 0.75 time or 3/4 time recreation coordinator, a gardener to do maintenance, and a bunch of recreation staff. Included in that recreation staff is in-house concessions. So when you see this list of activities, it's management on-site, front of house business, that's taking tickets, doing whatever we need to do for reservations. The maintenance, which essentially structures and landscaping provided by that gardener, and that in-house concessions, that is essentially a model that we can pour over from the Reading Aquatic Center, which I know isn't where everyone goes to get snacks and all of that stuff, but when you're at the pool and you need something, it's there for you. And we have very, very solid data on the Reading Aquatic Center because we've been doing that for a very long time. So to take, again, I'm probably going to say conservative 100 times, we took a conservative approach and essentially doubled the business of the pool. The pool is open for 3 to 4 months, and we doubled the number for its revenue. We will be open for 12 months. So we know that we can potentially beat that there too, but again, a conservative number, just in case we never know what's going to happen. We'll also be doing some light janitorial, and there's also a janitorial contract contemplated in the budget under that contract line item. So some things that we didn't explore, like I mentioned, there are opportunities and there are grants. So basically energy efficiency grants are going to be huge in a long-term basis on this park. The utility bills can range wildly depending on the use, and some of the HVAC systems are in a lot of disrepair or outdated or don't function properly, highly inefficient, I guess. Lighting, same way. There's a lot of savings to be gained there. Running it long-term would allow staff to go start seeking those out. There are a lot of grants for that. We recently had one, but it looks like due to the uncertainty at the federal level, we just lost a $150,000 grant for that, but we're looking to explore more opportunities should we move forward. Sponsorship and advertising, that is a huge one. I think anyone like at the soccer park could attest to selling sponsorships for fields is huge for a little bit of revenue to help out. Food and beverage, so bringing in an operator, there's potentially a lot on the table there. We actually have a lot of conversations with our friends over at the soccer park about this because we think that there is some other model there that can be had in a partnership where we're all sort of sharing facilities and sharing maintenance costs and sharing not necessarily revenue, but helping each other out and rethinking this entire model by getting in the trenches with them to do that. And we think there's something there, and we'd be happy to continue that conversation. We also think that there is something in the pro shop, maybe not a ton of money, but all of this is little bits and pieces of the puzzle. So we have to have multiple revenue streams. We've actually been contacted by several vendors who want to have their products in there and want to be able to sell out of there. We think that that, again, adds. It doesn't maybe necessarily fix that subsidy, but it's going to help us out with that. We also have in-house programming, so that is completely untapped revenue for us out there. We have not done anything with in-house programming because we're not prepared to start leagues, to start events, to create all of this stuff when we were only charged with running the park for 6 months. So that is also another avenue that we can explore. So in terms of challenges that this model will not fix and that we will still face over the long term, and any other operator would as well, field replacement funding. So that is something that essentially this team, our community services team, would be working on from day one. Should we start on that project? Is how are we going to do this? We already told you that we had a $1 million offer for a title sponsor, and that may be 1/5 of the equation, but it is not going to get us all the way there. So we can start with that. And we also have to drum up other support from the community. Grants are going to be really tough on that one, so that's a problem to solve, but I don't think it's unsolvable, and we will work on that consistently throughout. The other challenge is, should you bring in a food and beverage operator to try to get at some of that additional revenue? There are substantial upgrades that need to be made to that, and so there is a big upfront investment, even in terms of your liquor license, your walk-in fridge or freezer that's broken. Only 4/5 of the HVAC works, and it needs a substantial remodel. So courting someone that's prepared to do that will also be a challenge. So our recommendation, and I did want to point out one thing that I missed in my notes. The Reading Aquatic Center is another facility that we run that is quite like this. So the subsidy for that annually is about $495,000 to keep that going. The subsidy for this that we've projected in year one is about $400,000. And yeah, and we're going to get year-round service out of that versus the 4 months of the pool. So I think it's a good example that we can do a lot with that, and we can basically provide these services year-round. I thought you were going to ask a question. Okay, so anyway, but another comparable facility that we have a lot of data for, and we can show that it's sort of in the similar range. We also have the data from the last operator, and we know that we're still well below what it took, basically the money that they lost over the course of the year. So we would recommend that council authorize and approve the following actions. So accept this report, direct staff to continue operations of the park until or through the fiscal year 26-27, and adopt the budget resolution that stretches us through the end of this fiscal year that allows us to operate. So basically, starting tomorrow, if approved, we would be recruiting.
Okay, thank you. You can sit down for a brief moment. We'll do public comment, and then I know Tanessa has a bunch of questions, and you can come back up. And we all have questions.
Sorry, for clarity, it's 118 till July, but then that's when the new budget begins, like in August, and that's where that budget kicks in.
That's when the next budget would have full revenue and full expenses in it.
Got it.
All right. Talon Overstreet,
No,
you're
we're
up.
not, so.
Melody Mugridge and Mrs. Straight.
So I play out at Reading Sports Park 2 nights a week in my adult league softball, and then sometimes I play tournaments out there. And I've been coming out there to play, diamond sports since I moved down here when I was like 10 years old. I've said all this before back in July, but it's just such an asset to the community, such an important thing for children and adults to keep this going. We also have hockey out there, and right now, as run down as it is in the cold weather, and with the kitchen being closed, the bar being closed, just as bad as it is, we still have 12 teams out there on Friday and Monday. We still have tournaments coming out there. I mean, there's one this weekend, and it's just like, again, it could just be so much more than it is. It's if we can put the time and resources into it. I know we got to be realistic and we have a deficit and all that, but it's worth it for the physical and mental health of the community. It's just so important. I hate the idea of selling it to another corporate entity. I mean, that was the big problem with Big League Dreams in the first place, was just they did not care. It was just a joke. I mean, if it's between that and not having the park open, then of course, we got to do that. But I just know that if the city ran it right, it could just be making a lot of money, I think. I mean, when it used to be open, I mean, they would charge like $11 for a pint of Coors Light, and people would be out there with beers, and same thing with food. I mean, it was ridiculous, just high prices, and we all paid them, and it's just, so I just, again, think if you ran it well, like I said back in July, I think if you build it, the money will come, and we just need to, support that. At the very least, just move the chains, just try to get us a little bit more time, to see what it can become. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people care a lot about it, like the people in charge of the softball league out there, Jess and Christian Sanchez and Jeff Andre. I've been trying to help out as much as I can, spreading the word by putting up posters at different venues as much as I can. Yeah, it's just, I just would hate to see it close down. I mean, a lot of us, it's just, it's where we make our friends, it's where we spend our time. It's such an asset to the community, Thank you.
Melody Mugridge, Mrs. Straight, and Sophia Yount.
Good evening, council members, staff, and friends. My name is Melody Mugridge, and I'm the Vice President of the Shasta Roller Hockey League and an invested member of the roller hockey community in the North State. As SRHL has shared in previous meetings, we're a nonprofit organization that has provided an outlet for the roller hockey community in the North State for over 20 years. SRHL has experienced extraordinary growth despite barriers over the last 5 years, from 84 players in 2019 to 421 registered players between our youth and adult divisions, and this number continues to grow for our upcoming youth season. These players and their families are at the sports park between 1 and 5 days per week. They are committed to seeing this facility utilized as the resource it is not only to our roller hockey community, but to the city of Reading. We have shown that we are committed to work days, assisting in maintaining the facility, and seeking grants to upgrade and invest into the field house, establishing trust with the Parks and Rec Department and hopefully each of you. The city of Reading has the opportunity to draw people to Reading from out of the area. Currently, we have players, adult and youth, traveling multiple times per week from Chico and Mount Shasta, not to mention our neighboring counties and cities. They travel to Reading because there are no other inline hockey rinks between Oakland, California and Bend, Oregon. Because of the specific needs of a minimum of 145 feet by 65 feet unobstructed surface, our organization has no other options. The field house at the sports park is a vital asset to this community. SRHL hosts space for multiple professional level hockey players in the North State. These athletes bring notoriety to our community, and this drives tourism. Because of this notoriety, SRHL is able to partner with North American Roller Hockey Championships, premier tournament series for competitive travel roller hockey, to bring the first regional qualifier to the Reading Sports Park this weekend. SRHL's president, Tawny Cowell, who is way too humble to say this herself, is representing Team USA at the World Cup in Germany in May of this year. Without this resource and your partnership, these players have no place to practice. They have no way to inspire youth in our community in the entire North State to work hard for their dreams. We're asking each of you to improve the long-term plan created by Mr. Minay and his team. By approving this plan, you're ensuring that the roller hockey community we care about so deeply can continue to function. Without a long-term plan of operations for the City of Reading Sports Park, hockey as we know it will be drastically impacted over the entire North State. We need your help, we need your trust, and we need your partnership.
Thank you. Mrs. Straight, Sophia Yount, and Justin Barrett.
Hi, I'm Katie Straight, so I am coming to speak as the director of Shasta Roller Derby. We are a 501(c)(3) all the fun things nonprofit. We donate to our community here multiple times per year. Unfortunately, one of our bouts that we put on, we were going to donate to the Life Center this last November, but when the park shut down, that kind of ended that for that year. We luckily ended up making thousands of dollars in revenue actually at the Shasta Fairgrounds this last weekend. We filled up the place. Usually those bouts would have been booked at the park. So we would be willing to share and bring revenue in to the sports park like we had done before. They always got a cut and a chunk of part of our profits that we brought into you. We have skaters traveling from Sacramento, Reno, all over the place, Medford.
We also have skaters that skate locally in our league who travel weekly from Klamath Falls, from Medford, from Sacramento, Auburn, Chico, Anderson, Red Bluff, Shasta Lake. We're all over. Eventually, we would like to have the opportunity to open up a junior league, but because it's so unknowing of what's going to happen with the sports park, we have to put that on hold. We have a lot of children in our community who don't fit into the norms of baseball or soccer or cheer, or even have the money to afford to participate in other recreational activities. And so we would like to be able to have the opportunity to do that, but if we don't have a space for these kids, we can't even offer that to those students or children. I'm also a teacher. I have students who play baseball and softball at the sports park, and I was talking with them today. I teach 5th grade, and this was a topic of discussion in our classroom, and this holds a really near and dear space in their hearts. A lot of these kids play on tournament teams, and it's a huge part of their life. Just seeing like the devastation or worry on a couple of my students' faces that this might not exist anymore for them broke my heart a little bit. As a mom, my son skates for Shasta Roller Hockey League. I'm almost out of time, but I think that Mr. Manny has had, I've been coming to the council meetings, he has a really great idea. I think to consider his ideas in the future planning of what's going to happen with the sports park, I think there's a lot of really great things that we can do for our community and our children in the community, and also the adults. It gives us a safe place, a healthy space, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Katie. Sophia Young, Justin Barrett, and Jessica Santos.
Hi, my name is Sophia Yount. I am 12 years old, and I've been playing hockey for 6 years. I learned how to play hockey at SRHL, and I immediately loved the game. After I began playing, my family moved away from Reading, but I loved hockey so much that I didn't want to stop. So my family has been commuting to Reading so that I can continue to play hockey. I love hockey because it is a fast-paced game that provides a fun challenge for me. Being part of a team and skating fast. I love hockey so much that I can't even describe all the wonderful things about it. SRHL is the best place to play hockey because of the people. They are supportive, friendly, and they inspire me to be a better player. SRHL has developed into a great hockey community that I enjoy being a part of. I dream of being a professional women's hockey player when I grow up. Please make a way for SRHL to continue so that me and my teammates can continue to follow our hockey dreams with the help of SRHL. Thank you.
So,
Councilmember Danuka.
Sophia, maybe you should think about running for an office next time. Well spoken.
I was just going to say, good job. There are a lot of adults who would be terrified to use their voice, and so I just want to keep encouraging you to speak up for the things that you're passionate about because it matters.
Let's give her another 3 minutes.
Let's not. All right. Justin Barrett, Jessica Santos, Christian Santos.
It also matters what you have to say.
That's a hard act to follow there. So, well, thank you again, council members and city staff for the approval of the short-term funding that you guys have provided for us to really get the park going and keep running in the interim. I just want to say that the City of Reading staff have been really exemplary in how they've run it in such short notice, and thank you for that. My name is Justin Barrett. I've been a resident here of the City of Reading for over 17 years now, and the sports park has really been central to my free time in my evenings and where I devote a lot of my time, and specifically to that is Shasta Roller Hockey League. And so I come to you today as a parent, a player, and also as a coach. And one thing I want to really bring up is really with the kids and the learning opportunities that they have and really in player development and also life skills that they're going to carry with them throughout their life. It just doesn't end at the rink. And so the youth development program, we have a lot of really dedicated volunteers and parents that spend a lot of time out here. I know Melody already stated it. We got players and people out there quite commonly 4 or 5 days a week. That's not an anomaly out there, giving up their time. Also with that, you have the adult leagues that are out there that I'll say in terms of a bunch for camaraderie and really building up the community and the people around them. You couldn't get a more inviting group of individuals to really share in a sport that we're all so very passionate about. Now, and we're all trying to keep healthier and keep active in our communities and really the facility here in Reading, at Reading Sports Park, there's nothing like that in the area. And I understand the fiscal impact of the service that the City of Reading is providing to operate this facility. And I feel that with the creative minds that you have at the City of Reading, you can really make this a huge success. With Travis's point to having the conservative estimates in terms of revenue streams, I think if you take a chance on it, I think you really do have a winning opportunity here with the city. So, council members, I ask of you as a parent, a player, and a coach to approve funding for a long-term city staff operation of the sports park. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica, then Christian, then Tawny Cowell.
So my husband had to leave because he had to relieve our babysitter, so I'm going to talk for both of us. But if you guys would like to come out and de-stress after what happened earlier, we've got bats and hockey sticks. Just wanted to let you know an update about our league. We're currently running 2 nights a week, and we are renting 4 fields close to almost 5. So that is super exciting. The weather is warming up, and we are projecting adding another 2 nights to our league, which would include senior night, church league, and women's league. Potentially anywhere between 100 to 300 more softball players, which is amazing. Just this season alone, we've had 4 new teams who have not played out at the park for more than 5 years. The reasoning was, when I asked them, was because Big League Dreams had ran the facility and they didn't like the way they were running it. This is your community showing you that we need the park. We have had over 25 local businesses sponsor, donate, engage in our league for the last 5 months. This is your community showing you need the park. Your community is waiting to hear from you on how we can help. Everybody I come in contact with, I tell them, you need to come out and play in order to fix the park. It's not going to get fixed for free. You have to play in order to fix it. That's my conversation with everybody. I mentioned last month we are stuck going forward with our business model, and as you may know, you need to market weeks in advance to give people time to plan, and our league nights end in 3 weeks. We would be marketing our next lead last week or this week, but we are on hold until a decision is made, hopefully tonight. So I thank you guys for listening to us. I thank you to Travis for meeting with us. Thank you to Tawny for meeting her. I made a friend all in this. So, and just watching the kids just makes me emotional about it. And my kids are getting to the age where they're going to be starting to play. Okay, now onto my husband's. Honorable Council members, I'm here today to urge you to keep our beloved park open. The green space is more than just a park. It's a haven for families, a hub for community events, and a vital resource for our city mental and physical health. The Reading Slow Pitch Softball League vows to continue its current path, which is growing with every league. Teams and players we haven't seen before are coming out to show their support. Closing the park would not only harm our community, but also undermine the city's comment to providing public spaces that promote quality of life. I urge you to explore the alternate solutions and keep our park open for generations to come.
Thank you, Jessica. Connie, Tracy Richardson, and Kenny Breedlove.
So, good evening. My name is Tawny. Thank you for the time tonight, and I'm here as the president for Shasta Roller Hockey League. We're here today to express our support in keeping the facility open and having Mr. Manet and his team run their long-term plan, as we feel it's the best path forward to ensure the maximum community benefit for all of our user groups. As you face this decision tonight between potentially shuttering the facility and approving a long-term city-run operation, I ask that you also consider the impact of shuttering this facility. We are aware of the financial liability concerns, and they are valid. We wouldn't dismiss them. But how many athletes, both youth and adults, will lose their opportunity to play any sport that's out there? Hockey, soccer, baseball, roller derby, or future volleyball. How many youth travel ball teams will no longer have fields to practice on when there is already a field shortage? Most of these sports have other venues. Unfortunately, we do not. This is the only rink within 200 miles. Over the years, we have built a strong, passionate, and dedicated community, one that fosters teamwork, leadership, camaraderie, and lifelong friends. I think you get a good example of that by who's here tonight and our youth speakers over the past few months. For many of us, this facility is not just a building, it's a home. And tonight, the future of our home is in your hands. I ask that you also consider this facility not just as a liability, but also as a true community asset. We understand that this is a challenging budget year, and we know that the city took a financial risk when you approved a temporary plan last September, and we thank you for that leap of faith. And between good management with the Parks Department and collaboration with the user groups, we were able to show you that it was financially sustainable during short-term operations. We're now asking that you take the next step and approve this proposed 2-year cycle where the city will run the sports park. We are not asking for a handout. We are committed to doing our part in keeping this field house booked, running programs, and ensuring sustainability. I would like to take this opportunity to also invite you to come see our organization firsthand this weekend. As Melody mentioned, we've partnered with NARCH, the City Parks and Rec Department, Reading Parks and Trails Foundation, and we're hosting our first regional qualifying hockey tournament. This tournament has 22 teams, 14 youth, and 8 adults, including Reading's first ever 8 and under girls hockey team. It will be a fun, high energy, and family-friendly event, and I promise you will see why this facility is worth investing in. Thank you for your time, your service, and your consideration. We are here as partners, problem solvers, and a resource to help keep the sports park open.
Thank you. Tracy Richardson, then Kenny Breedlove. Tracy first, then Kenny.
Okay, not a good speaker, but I've coached 350 plus teams out at the park. And I just wanted to, if I understand Travis correctly, all these numbers that he just put up were based on what we've currently done. And that was during the fall and winter, our 2 slowest seasons of the year, and the seasons that we're playing in near freezing weather and rain. And so, those, like he said, those are worst case scenario. We usually double or triple the number of teams in the spring and summer seasons. And we also get all of the kids' teams out practicing and renting the fields again. So I think his numbers are really low, even if we just double what we're doing now. So I just wanted to remind you that those numbers are based on what's happened, not what's coming up in the next couple of months. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Kenny, you're up.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, council, staff. Thank you, guys. My name is Kenny Breedlove. I'm the executive director of the California Soccer Park, former 15-year restaurateur in Reading. I've sat in a multitude of meetings with Barry, Travis, stakeholders, and to say that the passion is real is an understatement. I don't think I need to emphasize that. But we've also seen the shortfalls. I inherited a soccer park that didn't have as many, but had quite a few. We've been able to overcome those with some planning. We've taken our restaurant from doing about $60,000 a year to $71,000 in 4 months, predicted to do $178,000 fiscal year 2025. So obviously there's opportunity. Travis was extremely straightforward about being conservative. And I think that knowing what I know now about our park, there's a ton of opportunity. With that said, the Shasta Regional Soccer Association, my board, has emphasized to have me come up here and potentially form some sort of public-private collaboration. I think the food and beverage is something that I'm qualified to take on. Don't know how it would look down the road. We could always, relook at it in a year. Maybe there's more that we could do. One thing about us being a nonprofit is we're extremely nimble. We're extremely quick. We can do things that public enterprise just cannot do due to extensive union calipers. As we know, we do already run a successful soccer park. Right now, we're in the black. We're anticipating to do about $150,000 this year. We've been working really well with Choose Reading. I know Travis and his staff got a $200,000 grant to do the volleyball courts. We just got a $100,000 grant to do the infill. So we've already kind of solved that problem. We still will have the same shortfalls that the park has in 5 to 7 years. We think we can attain those with a potential public-private collaboration. Again, helping with the food and beverage is something that we can jump in, be very nimble and quick, hire, get off the ground. Of course, there is some things there that need to be done. The back of the house and the kitchen needs a little bit of work. The front of the house is aesthetics. You can get through that once revenue is produced, I believe. And seeing Travis's budget and some of the things that were up there, $500,000 for the aquatic park to lose. And again, and sitting down with Travis, it's not how much you're going to make, it's how much you're prepared to lose in the recreation business. I really don't think it would lose $400,000 in the first year, but that's 12 months. I think that we can substantially help with food and beverage, let alone, like Travis spoke about, a long-term partner, a 10-year partner on $1 million sponsorship, let alone a ton of sponsors that are available. I've been able to get all 4 fields rented, not saying that that's the arena that we would jump in, but I know that it's there. So there's also the TOT. There's a lot of general fund stuff that we bring in. I don't want to say anything about the aquatic center. I don't know what they do, but I know the baseball park has a ton of tournaments. They bring in a ton of that. So that's all I got. So thank you, guys.
You can, thank you, Kenny. You can stay up there for just a minute, Ken.
We can take a moment to ask questions, Tim, is that correct? Okay. Kenny, thank you for coming to speak today. You've done a really good job at the soccer park. Clarifying question at the soccer park, food and beverage sales does not include alcohol, is that? Or,
correct.
Or that's a very...
We would substantially crush that $178,000 projection
Right.
if I was allowed.
I mean,
in fact, we did $1,600 in 2 hours when we poured beer, literally in 2 hours.
Right. Are you able to confirm that you and the board has interest in producing a proposal to partner with the city of Reading to open up the restaurant and run that for either a short period of time or a long period of time? Is there interest from the board to do that?
Yes.
Okay. And conversations with you I've had privately, I mean, I appreciate that you wouldn't want to overcommit to the city, and looking at Travis's budget, which we'll ask him questions later and go over that. I know he's running a conservative budget and doesn't want to overcommit, and we could be optimistic, but you have experience in the restaurant industry and you've had success running in a restaurant making money. And what I get excited about you is the fact that if you wanted to confirm this, you said if you get in right away, you'd be able to make some profit pretty quick. It wouldn't be months down the road, but as you make profit, you can help pour that into the restaurant to upgrade some of the things that need to be repaired and replaced. So can you confirm that you see this as a viable option that can make a lot of money for the city?
Yes, and the liquor license could take some time. I don't know with a already concurrent liquor license if they'd let you run on a temporary. Generally, the ABC does, but I know that the food sells, and I don't want to talk bad about anyone that ran the park before, but I will say that the food would be severely upgraded.
Question, if we were to direct city staff and Travis to go back and work out a RFP and proposal, we can expect to hear something pretty
Yeah, of
pretty
course, that would
quickly.
be the board's decision, not mine, but I think they'd like to take in, what I would do and how I'd run it. And now there's absolutely some interest, and I think sitting down with Travis and staff,
Okay.
we could potentially put something together, yes.
Last question. The soccer park addressed this last August in conversations, but why would the soccer park, if they're doing such a great job, they're in the black by $150,000, what's the primary concern about not wanting to come in and take over this sports park and run that successfully? Why would you not want to do that?
I think just some of the shortfalls that we had before, not being able to replace our turf without the city's help, McConnell's help, 5 years ago, and now we're on a really good path, and they want to see that continue. But we share a facility. We're obviously owned by the city. Again, a public-private collaboration is really the only way these things generally are working these days. And we'd love to expand our parking lot. We'd love to work with the city in conjunction. And we feel, at least I feel, and I think the board is a little bit more on board, if you will, than they were 6 months ago, kind of knowing what I've been able to produce.
And the soccer park would not identify the city for liability claims, and that's a primary concern for taking that over, is that
Yeah,
correct?
so the Shasta Regional Soccer Association would put the full liquor license, the 47, in their name.
Okay. Well, thank you for answering my questions. I look forward to continued conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Travis? Councilmember Audette.
What?
Do you have questions?
Anybody?
Can I comment, or?
Of course.
If I didn't know if I was first in line, so. So I just have comments from some of the stuff I've heard, but want to relay the importance of what we're hearing. This is a worst case scenario budget. I mean, I'd be uncomfortable with us running a proposal like this, losing that much money. But learning how much we subsidize the aquatic center, I didn't know that, and that's a tremendous investment. And I would hope the budget can get better. Maybe we can ask some questions about in areas of how we can trim the budget a little bit, or you would be able to increase expenditures as revenue continues to increase. But I've had conversations with you, and it sounds there is opportunities to be able to trim the budget in some ways to make it look. But we're very optimistic that this is going to be a worst case scenario, and we could perform better, especially with a partnership with the Reading Soccer Park, right? So.
Yeah, and I would comment that only the full-time positions are paid full-time. Everyone else has responded to the business demand. So
Right.
There's a lot of staff costs that really is hourly that is driven by the people using the park. So we're not paying them to sit around.
Yeah.
They will work when there's work to do. So that's the maximum cost we can foresee.
If we did not have the sports park, we would lose out on a potential $1 million grant, which, if we didn't do this today, if we just shut down the park, I mean, that option kind of goes away, which is lost opportunity out there. I always consider the subsidies of what we do as a city when we invest in the aquatic center, when we invest in the soccer park or the sports park there. We have TOT tax, and we get a lot of that TOT tax. And I think the one thing I heard is a comment is when the sports park did shut down formerly as Big League Dreams, there was a gap there, and the hotels were calling right away and saying, what's going on? Our hotels are down, because that does take a big hit. And so if the sports park was not here, even though we have some potential subsidies, we do make up some money in the back end with TOT tax from the hotels being full, from people coming out of town. There's sales tax that's driven from that. There's a lot to lose if the sports park isn't here. What I think about for the future is just realizing some of this is subsidy, and we can be a little optimistic, but again, it allows us to go backwards. When we keep kids off the street, when we have adults with a playground to get to go play at and have an outlet to be able to get some stress out, that's really important. And we don't think about why as a community do we have parks is really make it safe and give an outlet for things to do, so people aren't getting in trouble too. But last comment I'll have, just thinking about this, if this did not happen, and we've talked about a potential sales tax as a community-driven sales tax, it's hard for a community to really get on board, saying this is a helpful solution to be able to replace turf in the future and to make this park much better than what we have it today. If we didn't go forward with some sort of proposal and keep this park going, it sends the community message that this is no longer important, and where does the support come from that? And tax dollars are really important. We know what the community is trying to do is accomplish solving a lot of problems, and the sports parks and our parks are part of that solution there. So doing nothing is just going way backwards, and it's hard to recover from that. So that alleviates my concerns with some subsidies, and I would hope that maybe with some trimming of the budget, I would certainly ask for direction for you to go back and finalize a contract or something with the soccer park if they've really got interest, and that would motivate me to move forward with that, because I see an opportunity to increase a lot more revenue that's just going to bridge that gap, because there's a lot of money in beer sales, right, and alcohol, and you know, that's really going to help. And without that restaurant agreement, I have concern, you know, but I'd like to you know, hopefully direct back to finalize that and make that happen right away with the restaurant.
Yeah, that was something we couldn't speculate on because it's an unknown. So we would explore that in the future if we got going. But enticing someone to do that activity would be hard at this stage because we don't have authorization to move forward. So that's why we just didn't put those numbers in there.
Thank you.
Councilmember Deduca.
Sports, education, arts, these are the things which keep our people away from trouble, especially the young ones, and they keep them away from things like drugs or marijuana. So, I had to say that. So I wholeheartedly, this is an investment which we must make as a community. I wholeheartedly support this endeavor, and I trust you that you will be a good custodian of the funds of which the public provides to us. And I also trust that the roller hockey and roller derby and all you guys will stay engaged and make this successful, because I do expect you to do well, and I do expect you to come together to make this a financially stable arrangement without any extra burden on the city, and I'll be here for next 4 years to keep you accountable. Thank you.
Levin? No, you're up if you want to talk.
So you want to, so it's 118,000, but if we agree to that, we're going to have to give you $1 million for your budget in a couple months to run this.
We would budget for the revenue and the expenses. So it's actually technically higher, and then the revenue
it's
comes
higher.
in.
Did you say it's higher?
That's how we
$1
budget
million?
for everything with the revenue source. You budget for the expense, and the revenue is also budgeted for, and it backfills that number.
So this
very-
965 is not,
That is a year's operating
Right,
cost.
right, right.
And then
Okay.
you get revenue in to offset that.
I know, so I'm just saying, like, when we do the budget next, we're basically, if we approve this plan, we're approving another $1 million into the budget. So we'd be at a $6 million deficit.
No. I think you're
No?
more signaling that you will do that because we're going to have to hire
Yes.
staff. You will approve that with the budget. Barry, you
But
can
in the
correct
budget,
me.
I'm gonna be approving another $965,000 come July. This is the budget we'd have to approve?
This
Is that the
this
increase
is our
in the
estimate
budget?
for that budget that would be included in that.
Unless the direction from the council tonight is to actively seek a deal for running the restaurant, and then we have the ability to project some revenue streams associated with that, and/or we see activities and programming that happens in the next few months that we can attribute to additional revenue, which would reduce that number further, the net.
But that is, I just wanna make sure these are the right numbers. So it's 118 plus 15 that gets us to July, or through July? And then,
It's
then the next budget
118
begins,
through the end of the fiscal year,
Fiscal
which
year.
includes money that we already have.
right.
Yes.
And then for the next budget, for the 25-26 cycle, which is August to August basically, it'll be 965 as it's budgeted for this, an increase. Now, that could be offset by other revenues and whatnot, but that is what we'll be approving in the budget, an increase of almost $1 million.
Yeah, that would be the
Technical.
budgeted expense.
Expense.
And there would be a budgeted revenue of
Oh.
552 unless that gets increased due to what happens the next month or two.
Yeah, and like I've said before, the restaurant was the main driver. It was over 55% of the income of the park was predominantly the restaurant, was sales, obviously, food and beverage. Did the soccer park tell us what type of split they're gonna do for food and beverage, what type of revenue split that
We
you're
would-
planning to do?
We would negotiate that. I'm sure it wouldn't be the same deal the last operator had with us. It would have to be substantially higher to make that work, because that would be a very low number.
Well, I don't want a revenue. What I want is a capital improvement. So I don't want anything, and I don't want any money coming to us, but what I would want is that money to go right back into fixing what's broken at the park. You know, because that, if I'm running the whole thing and I'm running the restaurant and I have the revenues from the whole park, you know, it's coming back in, because in lieu of having, you're not gonna be paying for that. We're not charging him for the liquor license, right?
No,
No.
it's not, it's through the ABC, it's not our license.
Yeah, so we're not gonna charge you for that license. You're basically gonna be able to use that license. You can make money at the soccer park, and you're gonna be able to make money at Big League Dreams. With that liquor license, you'll now be able to sell in both places. So with that revenue, I'd wanna know what's gonna come back to the Big League Dreams to actually fix it.
Yeah, that would be a negotiation between us. We think that it's potentially a good number, and like you said, that our idea would actually be to put that into maintenance of the parks. That is the one way that essentially is a perpetual fundraiser by the Soccer Association to be able to raise funds for both parks. They would get a cut, we would get a cut, and that's how we would be able to make improvements.
Of both? Or is the soccer park gonna take its revenue from beverages?
So just caution, we need to have that on record. If we're going to have conversations with the audience, we should have them come up. And then also, that's not an agendized item tonight. So if the council wants to provide direction to begin to negotiate with the Soccer Association and bring that information back to the council at a future meeting, we're happy to do so.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, if you have more, go ahead.
Oh, it's a worthy conversation, because I'm certainly, like, I don't think it's an option to shut it down, which is why I pursued other people to come in, and it doesn't seem like due diligence was spent to actually work with that entity and to give them the information that they need, which is frustrating for me, because adding $1 million when we're $5 million down, even if we can possibly, again, it's all these unknowns, but it is for sure a known cost. And I want the park to stay open. I would be willing to temporarily have this continue on, but to take it on for 2 years when we know we'd be operating at a deficit and we don't have the ability to actually take on the restaurant, I would want to know what type of profit share what that would be generating, and what would the park actually be generating. So I don't want to be at odds with the park. Again, when you have the restaurant and you have the gate, and if you don't give towards the restaurant, you know, they become in competition with one another. So I would want to know that there's what exactly we can expect from a restaurant to contribute to this, to know what the real operational subsidy would be. The aquatic park needing a $400,000 subsidy is frustrating, but that's done. But we shouldn't choose to do that again, when there should be other options being pursued. They shouldn't be coming to us, we should be going to them, especially when somebody says they're interested. We should be pursuing that, because that makes the park stay open, that's a benefit to the community, and it's not a cost to the general fund when we're in such a large deficit. So that would be my desire. My hesitancy to approve anything over 2 years that on paper is going to cause debt just doesn't pencil for me. So I would need more assurances. I'd be happy to keep it open. I don't want it to shut. So this temporary amount to get us to July, I would be welcome. I would do that.
Vice Mayor Littell?
Well, I think when I asked Kenny that question early, there'd be significant investment. So without going into the details on that, it sounded very good that it was going to be significant. And we'll stop there just with that word, that's going to help offset.
Say what you mean by that?
Significant. So I don't know if Kenny.
No, I'm sorry. What would be? What would be significant?
The return of the profit from the restaurant would be
Okay.
significant and overwhelming as far as what's going to go back to the city. Meaning, the soccer park's attitude from my conversations has been they just want to be a good community partner. They don't want to see this close. They want to fight to help this stay open and provide as much as that income and that profit back to keep that facility going. And that's just good partnership, and I commend them for that, because they're not looking to make a buck on this. They're not looking, they're just looking at the big picture. They believe in kids. They believe in having playgrounds for kids and adults to be able to go to. And so I'll let those negotiations happen after that. But what I can say is I'm optimistic that's going to be an overwhelming difference, what's going to overcome the subsidies of what we're going to be able to provide. And so I think it's going to be a great thing in the future if we can finalize that contract. So,
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Rosa?
I just want to give clarity. I know that Mr. Robinette is trying to get really low in his seat over there, but I just want to confirm that what Mr. Meny suggested or is presenting to us is adding to the budget, not to the deficit, that those two things are different. His $1 million he's wanting to add to our overall budget, correct?
Yes.
I know you like going last in the agendas, so.
So the $5 million, I want to be clear, is a per year problem. So it's not a cumulative problem. It's actually every year we need to reduce our budget by that amount. If you look at Travis's charts, it's about, I'm not looking at the charts right now, I think it's about $480,000 in year one. So about 5.5 million, I would say, roughly, give or take, in year one. And then in year two, it was about 300,000, give or take. So let's call it 5.3 would be
So yes,
basically
it is a
adding to
deficit.
that deficit.
Yes.
I just
in
wanted
those
to.
It
first
adds to
years.
the deficit.
Yes, but you said it adds $1 million to our budget
To the
problem.
operating budget.
You didn't say
And then
that.
430.
I just want to be, when we're discussing the numbers, it matters whether or not we're saying budget and deficit to the community. They need to understand that those are not interchangeable.
So it is adding 965,000 to the budget, and it adds 413.
Yeah, that's not what you said, though.
I asked specifically, when we approve the budget, what will we be approving? Now, it will offset by
It
the
doesn't-
incomes that we
You
create.
budget on both sides. So you budget for your revenue and you budget for your.
Yes,
expense.
but we're adding-
you're-
yes.
You're
Yeah.
both right.
Yes.
What I heard- what I
I
heard-
clearly understood
what I
that
heard you
budget
say-
is different than deficit.
What I heard you say earlier is it was going to add $900,000
Yes.
to our deficit.
No,
The word
to the
deficit.
budget.
And that's, I think, what she was trying to clarify.
I
is
just wanted to
it was not
make
deficit.
sure that the community understood that that was not what he was explaining. However, I think that it would be really important for the council members to allow you the ability to negotiate with the soccer park, because I don't think that we have actual numbers. And so I would like to say that I'm willing to to entertain and authorize and approve what it is that staff recommended, based upon a negotiation and a lease agreement with soccer park. Can I say that?
Is that a motion?
Legally?
I have some questions.
Yeah.
So in reference to Tanessa, she was talking about an RFP or something that, it wasn't, I guess, an RFP, but somebody came forward. Can you explain what you did in terms of that?
We had a meeting. I don't know if they wanted me to share who I met with, but we had a meeting. We had a great conversation about the park. We shared our plan, and they said, it sounds like you've put a lot of thought into this. You have full understanding. We don't think we have a lot to offer in this, and we're not prepared to make substantial investments. I said, hey, I think that any ideas you have that you could share with us, any ways we can partner and improve, I'd love to hear that. And we said thank you, and we've moved on, and now we're working on helping promote their tennis tournament. And that was the extent of that, and I would still welcome any partnership or help that they want to provide, ideas. There's not a lot of people in this space, so any synergy we can have with another group would be welcomed, and any proposals, I think if someone sent a proposal in today, you'd want me to bring that to you right away, so I would still welcome that.
Okay, thank you. All right.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution.
Aaron already made a run.
Oh, you did?
What was your, go ahead.
Can you clarify what your
Yeah.
motion is? Because I'm not going to approve the two-year budget unless we know what the negotiated is for the.
I would like staff to bring back some sort of lease. That's going to put a real time crunch on you. You're going to have to negotiate some terms of something within the next a few weeks.
So we're not going to be able to probably keep the park open.
No, they can't just.
Oh, no,
So-
I said I wanted that. I said that I would authorize and approve items 1, 2, and 3 as staff recommendation, and I would also direct staff to negotiate with the soccer association.
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't
But
say that it
two
was
says-
predicated.
Copy.
But 2 says that you're basically gonna do it through 27. So you're gonna
So
approve
what-
it without
What that does
knowing
is that
what
gives
the.
us authorization to build
Yeah.
that into the next budget,
Right,
which you would approve in June,
right.
or not. I mean, that, as we do these budget workshops, right, we look for consensus from the council because we have to build the budget. And then we build it and then we present it to you. At that time in June, if you decide you don't want to approve those items, you can strip them out and say not approved. So we have that ability. In fact, what we will do in, I think, April is we'll present the entire general fund, and here's what we've heard, and here's what we've built, and you'll have a chance there to say, we're no longer going to approve the sports park, if that's what you choose to do. So what you're approving tonight is officially the budget for to July 1st, and you're authorizing staff to build into the budget the next 2 years, which you will approve at a different date.
So we're gonna hire people.
We're going to start hiring people, and if you decide that you don't want to fund them, then we would lay them off.
Okay.
I'll second the motion which Aaron Resner made.
Thank you.
I have one question, just conversations we've had, if there's concern about $413,000 in subsidies, worst case scenario, we've had conversations that we potentially could pull back hiring maintenance staff for now because you've been able to keep the park open for the past 6 months using your current maintenance team. Is that an option to where we don't hire that full-time maintenance person until the next year's budget in July, or potentially that's how we could trim some of the budget short-term, allowing for income and revenues to increase, which allows you then to make another hiring decision? I mean, that does help trim things a little bit, and maybe that would alleviate some concerns from the council here, just to take away that maintenance staff. And I realize that would put a lot of pressure on you and your team because you've done that already for the past 6 months and 8 months, and that's how you've kept the park open, is using your maintenance team. But that is a significant chunk, and maybe we could allow you to hire into that as the revenues grow, and potentially we get this contract with the soccer park, which is selling a lot of food and alcohol, right? So, and maybe that would help you grow into that position, and that could potentially be a good business decision if, as businesses run for a profit or so, in the community. But is that something you could be open to? So
Maintenance is always the first to suffer. So essentially, it doesn't mean that the park necessarily will suffer as much as we might think. It means that something else might suffer, like some of the more less developed parks, or some landscaping, or some other place. There's a balance, and you may see that in other areas. But there are things we'll have to fix, we can't neglect, like door parts. Some of the doors, we'll go out and try to start the business that day, and the door doesn't open. And then we have to figure out how are we going to get in. And so we run into those problems all the time, or that the HVAC's not working, or the alarm has been beeping for 2 months, and that is a problem. So we will suffer in some ways. I would prefer to just start with the maintenance staff, but it will still take several months to get people on board.
yeah, I'm not proposing to modify the motion. I'm comfortable with that. That would just be my feedback, providing back to you, is to be sensitive to trimming expenses as we grow revenue. And because I know you're uncomfortable losing this much money, and you're really hopeful and optimistic that we're going to do a much, much better job at this, and so am I. I'm just grateful that we can keep this open. If we,
We'd also be cautious with our O&M budget to start with. We're not just going to go blow all the money. And we also have some of these numbers, like even the 118, that won't be an instantaneous cost because you still have to onboard people and you still have some staff. So that number could actually end up coming in lower as well. We will also have the same, we have basically the full breadth of the salary range on the recreation supervisor, and that can come in much lower as well. So there's potentially savings there. Like I said, this is worst case, full budget, full numbers, trying to be transparent that this could happen.
I can assure you that community service is the most frugal department we have, bar none.
Thank you.
Yes.
I would just like to say, please don't skimp on the maintenance, because isn't the roof
Yep.
leaking and the HVAC is broken and it's a hot mess over there. So
I agree.
Okay.
I say please don't skimp on maintenance.
I was thinking lawn mowing and.
Have some pride and ownership.
Yeah.
But if you want to volunteer some lawn mowing, do you have an electric lawnmower?
I'll be happy to get one, and I'll participate in mowing the lawn once a week. So
We have a first.
You heard that here. Council member's going to mow the lawn.
We have a first and a second to accept it as written. Mr. Tippin? As written.
As written,
Yeah.
plus intern negotiation with
Yes.
the
Yeah,
soccer park.
okay.
That's also what I heard. Is that part of the
Yes.
motion?
Yeah, I mean,
Is that-
that's fine. That's a absolute. We would be doing that anyway, so that's perfect.
Is that just for food or is that for,
We'll work with the concessionaire possibility, and that'll be whatever that discussion ends up being. So we will schedule that almost immediately, because what I'd love nothing more is to bring a budget to you that has actually increased revenues based on things that we've learned.
all right, all in favor?
I'll hold you to that.
Aye.
No. No.
4-1, it passes.
Thank you.
All right. All right, what an exciting night we have had. We're all pumped.
We're all friends still, I hope, so.
Yes, my friendship's not on your no or yes vote. All right, move it. Pardon me?
11.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
You gonna tell us about your trip?
Yeah, county travel report, or council travel report. City council members,
You missed out. We talked
any
about.
travel? You want to just tell us a summary vacation on your vacation?
We have some business that we're wrapping up, so if we could be quiet as we
Quiet.
exit, thank you.
Any travel? Okay. All right. Suggestions from council members related to potential topics for future city council meetings.
I do. Is this working?
Yes, it is.
I do have two suggestions. One is that Irene Salter presented a building bridges initiative from United Way. I would ask that we hear them out in a presentation forum in one of the future meetings, and we invite United Way to present that.
They've been here already.
Didn't they already have a presentation
Yeah.
in October? Am I wrong, or?
And
Yeah, no, he was here.
Okay.
so, okay, in October, because that was just,
We've already done it.
Yeah, he's already done it.
They came and did one, and then she just did it again.
all right. So the second question I have is, the community had a meeting about public safety in the county chambers, and Chief Barner had spoken there. One of the things which came up there was we have almost double the number of charges for felony as well as non-felony misdemeanors compared to the counties of similar size in the rest of the state. And that creates a bottleneck because of the shortage of staff, the prosecutors, and at every level. What I'm wondering is if we should ask the Chief Barner to come and make a comment on that, how does that play out? Because what I hear is that many of those offenders are repeat offenders. So how many of those charges are unique offenders, or how many of those charges are one offender multiple times going to the same through the same process? So would you like to hear from Chief Barner in a public presentation? Yes, and that how many of those, because their numbers were that we have double the number of felony charges compared to the rest of the some of the counties of same size.
So the question is, you want to know how, if we, let's say they arrest 10,000 people, and you want to know how many of those are unique.
Right.
Are they the same people over and over?
Right,
Is
right,
it like
because-
100 people get arrested, or
Right,
is it, do we have 10,000
Yeah,
criminals?
because that's what I'm wondering. That do we have the double of number of criminals, or is it
Or
the
just
same
more
criminal
crimes?
being
I can answer
arrested
that
multiple
question for you.
times for the same event because they were not held accountable the first time?
Oh, like
Mr.
they're,
Tippin?
okay.
Well, so if I'm hearing right, you just, really what you want is a presentation from the chief of police about current crime statistics,
Yes.
inclusive of repeat offenders, et cetera.
That's right. So would you be interested in doing that?
I could be. Is this an annual report that we normally get from the
It's-
chief, or is this a report
it's-
that we
it's-
get periodically already?
It's not regularly scheduled. It's pretty periodic that the council is interested in that information. And so we haven't done that for a while, so.
So the reason I could support that is because one thing I was going to bring forward is to see if there'd be interest in sending a letter to the county supervisors out of the last meeting they had. It was a great meeting. They're going to have a follow-up meeting because they didn't have time for questions and answers. My concern is at that next meeting is that they're not going to They're not gonna recap what the speakers did, and so I would like to see if there be, yes, I would support you on that, but I wanted to see if we could send a letter bring that back to the next council meeting, asking them to have the speakers speak for 2 or 3 minutes and just hit all their bullet points real quick, because it's gonna be an entirely new crowd and very unfair to the city here. So I would see if there could be some consideration to bring that back.
Mr.
this
Tippin.
time.
So just to separate those
Yes,
for a moment.
yes.
So the first one is the council interested in the presentation as recommended by Chief Barner?
Yes.
Okay, so then the second one, of course, is whether or not we would bring back a letter from the mayor to the chair recommending that at the next meeting, which I think is later this month, that they would invite back the initial speakers for a recap.
Just a quick recap, so that way it's very fair to the very new audience that I expect to be there. And, you know, it was a very good presentation to represent our city, and I think it's deserving to make sure that we're put in a very good position and given an opportunity for 2 or 3 minutes to recap that.
Yeah, the only, I mean, it's a great idea. Only concern I would have with that is because to be fair to those presenters, they probably need more than 2-3 minutes, 15-20 minutes each. They probably need that to explain, and all their presentations are actually should be available somewhere on the county site. So that's only.
Yeah, I think one just needs to condense them. So, but yeah.
On the previous one, I mean, do we
But
need a
you
letter?
certainly
Can't we
like-
just call and ask them?
Yeah.
Do you need a letter? Do you want to force
Hey, they
Barner to
sent
be
us a
there?
letter. Why
Do you
can't
want
we
to
send a
force
letter?
Barner?
No,
Barner?
I do not.
Do you need to be forced to be there? Are you concerned he won't go?
I think he's smiling like he wants to.
He
be.
would
No, you don't want to
totally
go.
He lives
So just to, would we?
Yeah, I don't care if you send a letter.
So are we bringing back a letter for your
No,
review?
I think you guys can handle it.
Now,
Jack,
this-
we believe
this
in you.
would-
Yeah, I'll sign it.
Can I ask a question about, are you going to speak with Chief Barner to tell him what you want on your staff?
Yes.
Okay.
If I have your permission.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sure. Yeah, we're agree with that one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not in favor of the letter, but so is it 4-1?
No,
or-
not the letter. I'm listening. I'll talk with him about coming
Okay,
back.
where are we at now? So what
Well,
I understand is
I was
that.
trying to get if we got agreement on the letter. I heard
Yeah,
these
well,
two.
so I understand the letters between the mayor and I, so we're moving on, right?
Okay,
So,
all right.
and then we'll bring back a presentation on statistics from Chief Barner.
Can that
That's-
come back at our next meeting? Or
What's that?
that cannot come back at our next meeting?
What's
or
that?
no?
Yes,
That
what?
presentation from Chief Barner? Or no?
I have to work with Chief Barner on his ability to get that stuff put together, and we're not going to ask him in the audience right now.
Got it.
Right. Yeah, whenever next possible.
As soon as possible, absolutely.
Very good.
Thank you.
Okay,